Section 1 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Introductory, Inventions and Discoveries, Their Development. In treating of the subject of inventions, it is proper to distinguish them from their scientific kindred, discoveries. The history of inventions is the history of new and useful contrivances made by man for practical purposes. The history of scientific discoveries is the record of new things found in nature, its laws, forces, or materials, and brought to light as they exist, either singly or in relation or in combination. Thus Galileo invented the telescope, and Newton discovered the law of gravitation. The practical use of the invention when turned to the heavenly bodies served to confirm the truth of the discovery. Discovery and invention may be, and often are, united as the soul is to the body. The union of the two produces one or more inventions. Thus the invented electrotelegraph consists of the combination of discoveries of certain laws of electricity with an apparatus by which signs are communicated to distances by electrical influence. Inventions and discoveries do not precede or follow each other in order. The instrument may be made before the laws which govern its operation are discovered. The discovery may long precede its adaptation in physical form, and both the discovery and adaptation may occur together. Among the great inventions of the past are alphabetical writing, Arabic notation, the mariner's compass, the telescope, the printing press, and the steam engine. Among the great discoveries of the past are the attraction of gravitation, the laws of planetary motion, the circulation of the blood, and velocity of light. Among the great inventions of the 19th century are the spectroscope, the electric telegraph, the telephone, the phonograph, the railways, and the steamships. Among the great discoveries of this century are the correlation and conservation of forces, anesthetics, laws of electrical energy, the germ theory of disease, the molecular theory of gases, the periodic law of Mendelhoff in chemistry, antiseptic surgery, and the vortex theory of matter. This short enumeration will serve to indicate the different roads along which inventions and the discoveries of science progress. By many it is thought that the inventions and discoveries of the 19th century exceed in number and importance all the achievements of the kind in all the ages of the past. So marvelous have been these developments of this century that, not content with sober definitions, men have defined invent, even when speaking only of mechanical productions, as creating what had not before existed, and this period has been described as an age of new creations. The far-off cry of the royal preacher, "There is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, See, this is new? It hath been already of old time which was before us," is regarded as a cry of satiety and despair, finding no responsive echo in the array of inventions of this bright age. But in one sense the preacher's words are ever profoundly true. The forces and materials of nature always exist, awaiting man's discovery, and at best he can but vary their relations, redirect their course, or change their forms. In a still narrower sense, the truth of the preacher's declaration is apparent. In an address before the Anthropological Society of Washington in 1885, the late Professor F.A. Seeley of the United States Patent Office set forth that it was one of the established laws of invention that every human invention has sprung from some prior invention or from some prior known expedient. Inventions, he said, do not, like their protectress, Pallas Athene, spring forth full grown from the heads of their authors; that both as to modern inventions and as to those whose history is unrecorded, each exhibits in itself the evidence of a similar substructure, and that, in the process of elimination, we go back and forth and find no resting place till we reach the rude set of expedients, the original endowment of men and brutes alike. Inventions, then, are not creations, but the evolution of man-made contrivances. It may be remarked, however, as was once said by William H. Seward, the exercise of the inventive faculty is the nearest akin to that of the creator of any faculty possessed by the human mind, for while it does not create in the same sense that the creator did, yet it is the nearest approach to it of anything known to man. There is no history, rock record, or other evidence of his existence as man, which discloses a period when he was not an inventor. Invention is that divine spark which drove and still drives him to the production of means to meet his wants, while it illuminates his way. From that inward spark must have soon followed the invention of that outer fire to warm and cheer him, and to melt and mold the earth to his desires. Formed for society, the necessity of communication with his fellows developed the power of speech. Speech developed written characters and alphabets. Common communication developed concert of action, and from concert of action sprung the arts of society. But the evolution of invention has not been uniform. Long periods of slowness and stagnation have alternated with shorter or longer periods of prolific growth, and these with seasons of slumber and repression. Thus, Professor Langley has said that man was thousands of years, and possibly millions, in evolving a cutting edge by rubbing one stone on another, but only a few thousand years to next develop bronze tools, and a still shorter period tools of iron. We cannot say how long the period was from the age of iron tools to the building of the pyramids, but we know that before those stupendous structures arose, the 6 elementary mechanical powers, the lever, the wheel, the pulley, the inclined plane, the wedge, and the screw, were invented. And without those powers, what mechanical tool or machine has since been developed? The age of inventions in the times of the ancients rested mainly upon simple applications of these mechanical powers. The Middle Ages slumbered, but on the coming of the 15th and 16th centuries, the inventions of the ancients were revived, new ones added, and their growth and development extended with ever increasing speed to the present time. The inventions of the 19th century, wonderful and innumerable as they are, and marvelous in results produced, are but the fruit of the seeds sown in the past, and the blossom of the buds grown upon the stalks of former generations. The early crude stone hatchet has become the keen, finished metal implement of today, and the latter involves in itself the culmination of a long series of processes for converting the rough ore into the hard and glistening steel. The crooked and pointed stick with which the Egyptian turned the sands of the Nile has slowly grown to be the finished plow that is now driven through the sod by steam. The steam-operated toys of Hero of Alexandria were revived in principle and incorporated in the engines of Papin and the Marquis of Worcester in the 17th century, and the better engines of Savery, Newcomen, and more especially of James Watt in the 18th century, left the improvements in steam engines of the 19th century, great as they are, inventions only in matter of detail. It has been said that electrical science began with the labors of Dr. Gilbert, published in 1600. These, with the electrical discoveries and inventions of Gray, Franklin, Galvani, and others in the next century, terminating with the invention of his battery by Volta in 1800, constituted the framework on which was built that world of flashing light and earth-circling messages in which we now live. The study of inventions in any one or all eras cannot proceed intelligently unless account is taken not only of their mode of construction and of their evolution one from another, but of the evolution of distinct arts, their relation, their interdependence in growth, and their mutual progress. The principles adopted by the ancients in weaving and spinning by hand are those still in force, but so great was the advance of inventions from hand-operated mechanisms to machines in these and other arts, and especially in steam in the last half of the 18th century, that it has been claimed that the age of machine production or invention then for the first time really began. When the humble lift became the completed elevator of today, the skyscraper buildings appeared, but these buildings waited upon the invention of their steel skeletons, and the steel was the child of the Bessemer process. The harp with which David stirred the dead soul of Saul was the prototype of the sweet clavichord, the romantic virginal, the tinkling harpsichord, and the grand piano. The thrumming of the chords by the fingers was succeeded by the striking keys, and the more perfect rendition of tones awaited the application of new discoveries in the realm of musical sounds. The keys and the levers and the art of musical instruments were transferred to the art of printing, and are found today striking a more homely music on the typewriter, and on those other and more wonderful printing instruments that mold and set and distribute the type. But these results of later days did not reach their perfected operations and forms until many other arts had been discovered and developed, by which to treat and improve the wood and the wire and all the other materials of which those early instruments were composed, and by which the underlying principles of their operations became known. Admitting that man possesses the faculty of invention, what are the motives that induce its exercise? Why so prolific in inventions now? And will they continue to increase in number and importance, or decrease? An interesting treatise of bulky dimensions might be written in answer to these queries, and the answers might not then be wholly satisfactory. Space permits the submission of but a few observations and suggestions on these points. Necessity is still the mother of inventions, but not of all of them. The pressing needs of man in fighting nakedness and hunger, wild beasts and storms, may have driven him to the production of most of his early contrivances, but as time went on and his wants of every kind multiplied, other factors than mere necessity entered into the problem, and now it is required to account for the multiplicity of inventions under the general head of wants. Today it is the want of the luxuries as well as of the necessities of life, the want of riches, distinction, power, and place, the wants of philanthropy, and the wants of selfishness, and that restless, inherent, unsatisfied, indescribable want which is ever pushing man onward on the road of progress, that must be regarded as the springs of invention. Accident is thought to be the fruitful source of great inventions. It is a factor that cannot be ignored. But accidents are only occasional helps, rarely occurring, flashes of light suddenly revealing the end of the path along which the inventor has been painfully toiling, and unnoticed except by him alone. They are sudden discoveries which for the most part simply shorten his journey. The rare complete contrivance revealed by accident is not an invention at all, but a discovery. The greatest incentive in modern times to the production of inventions is governmental protection. When governments began to recognize the right of property in inventions and to devise and enforce means by which their author should hold and enjoy the same, as he holds his land, his house, or his horse, then inventions sprung forth as from a great unsealed fountain. This principle first found recognition in England in 1623. When Parliament, stung by the abuse of the royal prerogative in the grant of exclusive personal privileges that served to crush the growth of inventions and not to multiply them, by its celebrated statute of monopolies, abolished all such privileges, but accepted from its provisions the grant of patents for the sole working or making of any manner of new manufactures within this realm to the true and first inventor thereof. This statute had little force, however, in encouraging and protecting inventors until the next century, and until after the great inventions of Arkwright in spinning and James Watt in steam engines had been invaded, and the attention of the courts called more seriously thereby to the property rights of inventors, and to the necessity of a liberal exposition of the law and its proper enforcement. Then followed in 1789 the incorporation of that famous provision in the Constitution of the United States, declaring that Congress shall have the power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. In 1791 followed the law of the National Assembly of France for the protection of new inventions, setting forth in the preamble, among other things, that not to regard an industrial invention as the property of its author would be to attack the essential rights of man. These fundamental principles have since been adopted and incorporated in their laws by all the nations of the earth. Inventions in their nature being for the good of all men and for all time, it has been deemed wise by all nations in their legislation not to permit the inventor to lock up his property in secret or confine it to his own use, and hence the universal practice is to enact laws giving him, his heirs and assigns, exclusive ownership to the species of his property for a limited time only, adjudged sufficient to reward him for his efforts in its production and to encourage others in like productions, while he, in consideration for this protection, is to fully make known his invention, so that the public may be enabled to freely make and use it after its exclusive ownership shall have expired. In addition to the motives and incentives mentioned inducing this modern mighty outflow of inventions, regard must be had to the conditions of personal, political, and intellectual freedom, and of education. There is no class of inventors where the mass of men are slaves, and when dense ignorance abounds, invention sleeps. In the days of the greatest intellectual freedom of Greece, Archimedes, Euclid, and Hero, its great inventors, flourished, but when its political status had reduced the mass of citizens to slaves, when the work of the artisan and the inventor was not appreciated beyond the gift of an occasional crown of laurel, when manual labor and the laborer were scorned, inventions were not born, or if born, found no nourishment to prolong their lives. In Rome, the laborer found little respect beyond the beasts of burden, whose burdens he shared, and the inventor found no provision of fostering care or protection in her mighty jurisprudence. The Middle Ages carefully repressed the minds of men, and hid away in dark recesses the instruments of learning. When men at length awoke to claim their birthright of freedom, they invented the printing press and rediscovered gunpowder, with which to destroy the tyranny of both priests and kings. Then arose the modern inventor, and with him came the freedom and the arts of civilization which we now enjoy. What the exercise of free and protected invention has brought to this country is thus summarized by Macaulay. It has lengthened life, it has mitigated pain, has extinguished diseases, has increased the fertility of the soil, given new security to the mariner, furnished new arms to the warrior, spanned great rivers and estuaries with bridges of form unknown to our fathers. It has guided the thunderbolt innocuously from heaven to earth. It has lighted up the night with splendor of the day. It has extended the range of human vision. It has multiplied the power of the human muscles. It has accelerated motion. It has annihilated disease. It has facilitated intercourse, correspondence, all friendly offices, all dispatch of business. It has enabled man to descend to the depths of the sea, to soar into the air, to penetrate securely into the noxious recesses of the earth, to traverse the land in carts which whirl along without horses, to cross the ocean in ships which run many knots an hour against the wind. Those are but a part of its fruits and of its first fruits, for it is a philosophy which never rests, which is never perfect. Its law is progress. A point which yesterday was invisible is its goal today, and will be its starting point tomorrow. The onward flow of inventions may be interrupted, if not materially stayed, by the cessation of some of the causes and incentives which now give life. When comfort for all and rest for all, and a suitable division of labor, and an equal distribution of its fruits are reached, in that state of society which is pictured in the visions of the social philosopher, or as fast as such conditions are reached, so soon will cease the pricking of those spurs of invention, individual rewards, the glorious strife of competition, the harrowing necessities, and the ambitions for the place and power. If all are to cooperate and share alike, what need of exclusive protection and fierce and individual struggle? Why not sit down now and break the loaf and share it, and pour the wine and enjoy things as they are, without a thought for the morrow? The same results as to inventions may be reached in different but less pleasant ways. When all the industries are absorbed by huge combinations of capital, the strife of competition among individuals and the making of individual inventions to meet such competition will greatly disappear. Or the same results may be effected by stringent laws of labor organizations, in restricting or repressing all individual independent effort, prescribing what shall be done or what shall not be done along certain lines of manufacture or employment, so that the progress of future inventions depends on the outcome of the great economic, industrial, and social battles which are now looming on the pathway of the future. But what the inventions of the 19th century were and what they have done for humanity is a chapter that must be read by all those now living or to come who wish to learn the history of their race. It is a story which gathers up all the threads of previous centuries and weaves them into a fabric which must be used in all the coming ages in the attainment of their comforts, their adornments, and their civilizations. To enumerate all the inventions of the century would be like calling up a vast army of men and proclaiming the name of each. The best that can be done is to divide the wide field into chapters, and in these chapters give as best one may an idea of the leading inventions that have produced the greatest industries of the world. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Agriculture and its Implements. The Egyptians were the earliest and greatest agriculturists, and from them the art was learned by the Greeks. Greece in the days of her glory greatly improved the art, and some of her ablest men wrote valuable treatises on its different topics. Its farmers thoroughly ploughed and fertilized the soil, used various implements for its cultivation, paid great attention to the raising of fruits, the apple, pear, cherry, plum, quince, peach, lemon, fig, and many other varieties suitable to their climate, and improved the breeds of cattle, horse, and sheep. When, however, social pride and luxurious city life became the dominant passions, agriculture was left to menials, and the art gradually faded with the state. Rome in her best days placed farming in high regard. Her best writers wrote voluminously on agricultural subjects. A tract of land was allotted to every citizen, which was carefully cultivated, and these citizen farmers were her worthiest and most honoured sons. The condition and needs of the soil were studied, its strength replenished by careful fertilization, and it was worked with care. There were ploughs, which were made heavy or light as the different soils required, and there were a variety of farm implements, such as spades, hoes, harrows, and rakes. Grains, such as wheat, barley, rye, and oats, were raised, a variety of fruits and vegetables, and great attention paid to the breeding of stock. Cato and Varro, Virgil and Columella, Pliny and Palladius delighted to instruct the farmer and praise his occupation. But as the Roman Empire grew, its armies absorbed its intelligent farmers, the tilling of the soil was left to the menial and the slave, and the empire and agriculture declined together. Then came the hordes of northern barbarians, pouring in waves over the southern countries, and burying from sight their arts and civilization. The gloom of the Middle Ages then closed down upon the European world. Whatever good may have been accomplished in other directions by the Crusades, agriculture reached its lowest ebb, save in those instances where the culture of the soil received attention from monastic institutions. The 16th century has been fixed upon as the time when Europe awoke from its long slumber. Then it was after the invention of the printing press had become well established that publications on agriculture began to appear. The Book of Husbandry in 1523 by Sir Anthony Fitzherbert, Thomas Tusser's 500 Points of Good Husbandry, Barnaby Googe's The Whole Art of Husbandry, The Dual House of Art and Nature by Sir Hugh Platt, The English Improver of Walter Blythe, and the writings of Sir Richard Weston on the husbandry of Brabant and Flanders were the principal torches by which the light on this subject was handed down through the 16th and 17th centuries. Further awakening was had in the 18th century, the chief part of which was given by Jethro Tull, an English agriculturist who lived and wrote and laboured in the cause between 1680 and 1740. Tull's leading idea was the thorough pulverization of the soil, his doctrines being that plants derived their nourishment from minute particles of soil, hence the need of its pulverization. He invented and introduced a horse hoe, a grain drill, and a threshing machine. Next appeared Arthur Young of England, born in 1741, whose life was extended into the 19th century, and to whom the world was greatly indebted for the spread of agricultural knowledge. He devoted frequent and long journeys to obtaining information on agricultural subjects, and his writings attracted the attention and assistance of the learned everywhere. His chief work was the making known widely of the beneficial effects of ammonia, ammoniacal compounds on vegetation. Many other useful branches of the subject, clearly treated by him, are found in his Annals of Agriculture. It was by this same Arthur Young with whom Washington corresponded from his quiet retreat at Mount Vernon. After the close of the War of Independence in 1783, and before the adoption of the Constitution in 1789, and his elevation to the presidency in that year, Washington devoted very much of his time to the cultivation of his large estate in Virginia. He took great interest in every improvement in agriculture and its implements. He invented a plough and a rotary seed drill, improved his harrows and mills, and made many inquiries relative to the efficacy of ploughs and threshing machines made in England and other parts of Europe. It was during this period that he opened an interesting correspondence with Young on improvements in agriculture, which was carried on even while he was president, and he availed himself of the proffer of Young's services to fill an order for seeds and 2 ploughs from a London merchant. He also wrote to Robert Carey and Company, merchants in London, concerning an engine he had heard of as being constructed in Switzerland for pulling up trees and their stumps by the roots, and ordered one to be sent him if the machine were efficient. Jefferson, Washington's great contemporaneous statesman and Virginia planter, and to whom has been ascribed the chief glory of the American patent system, himself also an inventor, enriched his country by the full scientific knowledge he had gained from all Europe of agricultural pursuits and improvements. The progress of the art, in a fundamental sense, that is, in a knowledge of the constituents, properties, and needs of the soil, commenced with the investigations of Sir Humphry Davy at the close of the 18th century, resulting in his celebrated lectures before the Board of Agriculture from 1802 to 1812, and his practical experiments in the growth of plants and the nature of fertilizers. Agricultural societies and boards were a characteristic product of the 18th century in Europe and America. But this birth or revival of agricultural studies, the enthusiastic interest taken therein by its great and learned men, and all its valuable publications and discoveries, bore comparatively little fruit in that century. The ignorance and prejudice of the great mass of farmers led to a determined and in many instances violent resistance to the introduction of labour-saving machinery and the practical application of what they called book farming. A fear of driving people out of employment led them to make war upon new agricultural machines and their inventors, as they had upon weaving and spinning inventions. This war was more marked in England than elsewhere, because there more of the new machines were first introduced, and the number of labourers in those fields was the greatest. In America the ignorance took the milder shape of contempt and prejudice. Farmers refused, for instance, to use cast iron ploughs, as it was feared they would poison the soil. So slow was the invention and introduction of new devices that if Ruth had revisited the earth at the beginning of the 19th century, she might have seen again in the fields of the husbandman, everywhere, the sickle of the reapers behind whom she gleaned in the fields of Boaz, heard again the beating on the threshing floor, and felt the old familiar rush of the winnowing wind. Cincinnatus, returning then, would have recognized the plough in common use as about the same in form as that which he once abandoned on his farm beyond the Tiber. But with the spread of publications, the extension of learning, the protection now at last obtained and enforced for inventions, and with the foundations laid and the guideposts erected in nearly every art and science by previous discoverers, inventors, and writers, the century was now ready to start on that career of inventions which has rendered it so glorious. As the turning over and loosening of the sod and the soil for the reception of seed was, and still is, the first step in the art of agriculture, the plough is the first implement to be considered in this review. A plough possesses 5 essential features: a frame or beam to which the horses are attached, and which is provided with handles by which the operator guides the plough; a share to sever the bottom of a slice of land, the furrow, from the land beneath; a mould board following the share to turn the furrow over to one side; and a land side, the side opposite the mould board, and which presses against the unploughed ground and steadies the plough. To these have been commonly added a device called a coulter, which is a knife or sharp disc fastened to the frame in advance of the share, and adapted to cut the sod or soil so that the furrow may be more easily turned; an adjustable gauge wheel secured to the beam in advance of the coulter, and which runs upon the surface of the soil to determine by the distance between the perimeter of the wheel at the bottom and the bottom of the ploughshare the depth of the furrow; and a clevis, which is an adjustable metal strap attached to the end of the beam to which the draught is secured, and by which the pitch of the beam and the depth and width of the furrow are regulated. The general features, the beam, handles, and share, have existed in ploughs from the earliest ages in history. A plough with a metal share was referred to by the prophecy of Isaiah 7 centuries before Christ. They shall beat their swords into ploughshares. And such a plough, with the coulter and gauge wheel added, is found in the Kailas collection of Greek antiquities. The inventions of centuries in ploughs have proceeded along the lines of the elements above enumerated. The leading features of the modern plough, with a share and mould board constructed to run in a certain track, and turn its furrows one over against the other, appear to have originated in Holland in the 18th century, and from there were made known to England. James Small of Scotland wrote of and made ploughs having a cast iron mould board and cast and wrought iron shares in 1784–85. In America, about this same time, Thomas Jefferson studied and wrote about the proper share to be given to the mould board. Charles Newbold, in 1797, took out the first patent in the United States for a plough, all parts cast in one piece of solid iron except the beams and handles. It is a favourable idea with some writers, and with more talkers,
that when the necessity really arises for an invention, the natural inventive genius of man will at once supply it.
Nothing was more needed and sought after for 30 centuries among tillers of the soil than a good plough, and what finally supplied it was not necessity alone, but improved brains. Long were the continued efforts, stimulated no doubt in part by necessity, but stimulated also by other motives to which allusion has already been made, and among which are the love of progress, the hope of gain, and legislative protection in the possession of inventive property. The best plans of writers and inventors of the 18th century were not fully developed until the 19th, and it can be safely said that within the last 100 years a better plough has been produced than in all of the thousands of years before. The defects which the 19th century's improvements in ploughs were designed to remedy can best be understood by first realizing what was the condition of ploughs in common use when the century opened. Different parts of the plough, such as the share and coulter, were constructed of iron, but the general practice among farmers was to make the beam and frame, handles and mouldboard of strong and heavy timber. The beam was straight, long and heavy, and that and the mould generally hewed from a tree. The mouldboard on both sides, to prevent its wearing out too rapidly, was covered with more or less thick plates of iron. The handles were made from crooked branches of trees. The beam, it is said, was set at any pitch that fancy might dictate, with the handles fastened on almost at right angles with it, thus leaving the ploughman little control over his implement, which did its work in a very slow and imperfect manner. It was some such plough that Lord Kaimes complained about in the Gentleman Farmer in 1768 as being used in Scotland. 2 horses and 2 oxen were necessary to pull it. The ridges in the fields were high and broad, in fact, enormous masses of accumulated earth that could not admit of cross ploughing or cultivation, shallow ploughing universal, ribbing, by which half the land was left untilled, a general practice over the greater part of Scotland, a continual struggle between the corn and weeds for superiority. As late as 1820, an American writer was making the same complaint. "Your farrows," he said, "stand up like the ribs of a lean horse in the month of March. A lazy ploughman may sit on the beam and count every bout of his day's work. Besides, the greatest objection to all these ploughs is that they do not perform the work well, and the expense is enormous for blacksmith work." It was complained by another that it took 8 or 10 oxen to draw it, a man to ride upon the beam to keep it on the ground, and a man followed the plough with a heavy iron hoe to dig up the baulks. The improvements made in the plough during the century have had for their object to lessen the great friction between the wide, heavy, ill-formed share and mouldboard and the ground, which has been accomplished by giving to the share a sharp, clean, tapering form, and to the mouldboard a shape best calculated to turn the furrow slice, to improve the line of draught so that the pull of the team may be most advantageously employed, which has been effected after long trials, study, and experiment in the arrangement of beam, clevis, and draught rod, setting the coulter at a proper angle and giving the landslide a plain and parallel surface, to increase the wear and lessen the weight of the parts, which has been accomplished by ingenious processes in treating the metal of which the parts are composed, and lessening the number of parts, to render the plough easily repairable by casting the parts in sets and numbering them, by which any part may be replaced by the manufacturer without resort to the blacksmith. In short, there is no part of the plough but what has received the most careful attention of the inventor. This has been evidenced by the fact that in the United States alone nearly 11,000 patents on ploughs were issued during the 19th century. When it is considered that all the applications for these patents were examined as to their novelty before the grant of the patent, the enormous amount of study and invention expended on this article can be appreciated. Among the century's improvements in this line is the use of discs in place of the old shovel blades to penetrate the earth and revolve in contact therewith. Cutting discs are harnessed to steam motors and are adapted to break up, at one operation, a wide strip of ground. The long-studied problem of employing a gang of ploughs to plough back and forth and successfully operated by steam has been solved, and electricity is now being introduced as a motor in place of steam. Thus millions of broad acres which never would have been otherwise turned are now cultivated. The tired, muscle-strained ploughman who homeward plodded his weary way at night may now comfortably ride at his ease upon the plough, while at the same time the beasts that pull it have a lighter load than ever before. Next to the plough, among the implements for breaking, clearing, and otherwise preparing the soil for the reception of seed, comes the harrow. From time immemorial it has been customary to arm some sort of a frame with wooden or iron spikes to scratch the earth after ploughing. but this century has greatly improved the old constructions. Harrows are now found everywhere, made in sections to give flexibility to the frame, collected in gangs to increase the extent of operation, made with discs instead of spikes, with which to cut the roots of weeds and separate the soil, instead of merely scratching them. A still later invention, curved spring teeth, has been found far superior to spikes or discs in throwing up, separating, and pulverizing the soil. A harrow comprising two ranks of oppositely curved, trailing teeth is especially popular in some countries. These three distinct classes of harrows, the disc type, the curved spring tooth type, and gangs of sections of concavo-convex discs, particularly distinguish this class of implements from the old forms of previous ages. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Agricultural Implements. It is wonderful for how many generations men were contented to throw grain into the air, as the parable relates. Behold, a sower went forth to sow, and when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. Some fell on stony places, where they had not much earth, and forthwith they sprung up, because they had no deepness of earth. And when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered away. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. But others fell into good ground, and brought forth fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, and some 30-fold. Here are indicated the defects in depositing the seed that only the inventions of the century have fully corrected. The equal distribution of the seed, and not its wide scattering, its sowing in regular drills or planting at intervals, at certain and uniform depths, the adaptation of devices to meet the variations in the land to be planted, and in short the substitution of quick, certain, positive mechanisms for the slow, uncertain, variable hand of man. Not only has the increase and 100-fold been obtained, but with the machines of today, the sowing and planting of 100-fold more land has been made possible, the employment of armies of men where idleness would have reigned, and the feeding of millions of people among whom hunger would otherwise have prevailed. Not only did this machinery not exist at the beginning of the century, but the agricultural machines and devices in this line of the character existing 50 years ago are now discarded as useless and worthless. It is true that, as in the case of the plows, attempts had been made through the centuries to invent and improve seeding implements. The Assyrians 500 years BC had in use a rude plow in which behind the sharp wooden plow point was fixed a bowl-shaped hopper through which seed was dropped into the furrow and was covered by the falling back of the furrow upon it. The Chinese, probably before that time, had a wheelbarrow arrangement with a seed hopper and separate seed sprouts. In India, a drilling hopper had been attached to a plow. Italy claims the honor among European nations of first introducing a machine for sowing grain. It was invented about the beginning of the 17th century and is described by Zenon in his Work on Agriculture, printed at Venice in 1764. It was a machine mounted on two wheels that had a seed box in the bottom of which was a series of holes opening into a corresponding number of metal tubes or funnels. At their front, these tubes at their lower ends were sharpened to make small furrows into which the seed dropped. Similar single machines were in the course of the 17th and 18th centuries devised in Austria and England. The one in Austria was invented by a Spaniard, one Don Joseph de Lescatello, tested in Luxembourg in 1662. The inventor was rewarded by the emperor, recommended to the King of Spain, and in 1663 and 1664 his machines were made and sold at Madrid. The knowledge of this Spaniard's invention was made known in England in 1699 by the Earl of Sandwich and John Evelyn. Jethro Tull in England shortly after invented and introduced a combined system of drilling, plowing, and cultivating. He sowed different seeds from the same machine, and arranged that they might be covered at different depths. Toll's machines were much improved by James Cook, a clergyman of Lancashire, England, and also in the last decade of the 18th century by Baldwin and Wells of Norfolk, England. Washington and others in America had also commenced to invent and experiment with seeding machines. But, as before intimated, the 19th century found the great mass of farmers everywhere sowing their wheat and other grains by throwing them into the air by hand, to be met by the gusts of wind and blown into hollows and on ridges, on stones and thorny places, requiring often a second and third repetition of the same tedious process. In 1878, Mr. Coffin, a distinguished journalist of Boston, in an address before the Patent Committee of the U.S. Senate, set forth the advantages obtained by the modern improvements in seeders as follows. The seeder covers the soil to a uniform depth. It sows evenly and sows a specific quantity. You may graduate it so that, after a little experience, you can determine the amount per acre even to a quart of wheat. They sow all kinds of grain, wheat, clover, and superphosphate if need be, at once. They harrow at the same time. They make the crop more certain. It is the united testimony of manufacturers and farmers alike that the crop is increased from 1/8 to 1/4, especially in the winter wheat. Winter wheat, you are aware, in the freezing and thawing season, is apt to heave out. It is desirable to bury the seed a uniform and proper depth, and to throw over the young plant such an amount of soil that it shall not heave with the freezing and thawing. Of the 360 million bushels of wheat raised last year, I suppose more than 300 million was winter wheat. 1/8 of this is 37,700,000 bushels. It would seem to many that after the adoption of a seed hopper and spouts with sharpened ends that cut the drill rows in the furrows and deposited the seed therein, that little was left to be done in this class of inventions, but a great many improvements were necessary. Gravity alone could not be depended upon for feeding the seed. Means had to be devised for a continuous and regular discharge from each grain tube, for varying the quantity of the seed fed by varying the escape openings, or by positive mechanical movements variable in speed, for fixing accurately the quantity of seed discharged, for changing the apparatus to feed coarse or fine seed, and for rendering the apparatus efficient on different surfaces, steep hillsides, level plains, irregular lands. An important step was the substitution of what is called the force feed for the gravity feed. There is a variety of devices for this purpose, the principal of one of them being a revolving feed wheel located beneath the hopper, and above each spout the two casings between which the feed wheel revolves, forming the outer walls of a complete measuring channel or throat, through which the grain is carried by the rotary motion of the wheel, thus providing the means of measuring the seed with as much accuracy as could be done by a small measure. The quantity sown per acre is governed by simply increasing or diminishing the speed of the feed wheel. In one form of device, this change of speed is altered by a system of cone gearing. A graduated flow of the seed has also been effected by the employment of a cylinder having a smooth and fluted part working in a cup beneath the hopper, with provision for adjustment of the smooth part towards and from the fluted part to cut off or increase the flow. To avoid the use of a separate apparatus for separate sizes of grain and other seed, the seed holder has been divided into parts, one part for containing wheat, barley, and other medium-sized grains, and another for corn, peas, and the larger seeds. And as these parts are used on separate occasions, the respective apertures are opened or closed by a sliding bottom and by a single movement of the hand. Rubber tubes for conducting the seed through the hollow holes were introduced in place of the metal spouts that answered both as a spout and a hoe. In place of the common hoe drill of a form used in the early part of the century, the hoes being forced into the soil by the use of levers and weights, what are known as shoe drills have largely succeeded. A series of shoes are pivoted to the frame, extend beneath the seed box, and are provided with springs for depressing or raising them. All kinds of seeds and fertilizers, separately or together, may be now sown, and the broadcast sowing of a larger area than that covered by the throw of the hand can now be given by machinery. Corn and cotton seed are thus also planted, mixed or unmixed with the fertilizing material. Not only have light plows been combined with small seed boxes and one or more seed tubes for easy work in gardens, but the arrangements varied and graded for different uses until is reached that great machine run by steam power, in which is assembled a gang of heavy harrows in front to loosen and pulverize the soil, then the seed and fertilizing drill of capacious width for sowing the grain in rows, followed by a lighter, broad harrow to cover the seed, and all so arranged that the steam lifts the heavy frames on turning, and all controlled easily by the man who rides upon the machine. In planting at intervals or in hills, as corn and potatoes and other like larger seeds, no longer is the farmer required to trudge across the wide field carrying a heavy load in bag or box, or compel his boys or womenfolk to drop the seed while he follows on laboriously with the hoe. He may now ride, if he so choose, and the machine which carries him furnishes the motive power for operating the supply and cut-off of the grain at intervals. The object of the farmer in planting corn is to plant it in straight lines about 4 feet apart each way, putting from 3 to 5 grains into each spot in a scattered and not huddled condition. These objects are together nicely accomplished by a variety of modern machines. The planting of great fields of potatoes has been greatly facilitated by machinery that first slices them and then sows the slices continuously in a row, or drops them in separate spots or hills, as may be desired. The finest seeds, such as grass and clover, onion and turnip seed, and delicate seed like rice, are handled and sown by machines without crushing or bruising, and with the utmost exactness. Just what seed is necessary to be supplied to the machine for a given area is decided upon, and the machine distributes the same, with the same nicety that a doctor distributes a proper dose of pellets upon the palm of his patient. Transplanters as well as planters have been devised. These transplanters will dig the plant trench, distribute the fertilizer, set the plant, pack the earth, and water the plant automatically. The class of machines known as cultivators are those only, properly speaking, which are employed to cultivate the plant after the crop is above the ground. The duties which they perform are to loosen the earth, destroy the weeds, and throw the loosened earth around the growing plant. Here again the laborious hoe has been succeeded by the labor-saving machine. Cultivators have names which indicate their construction and the crop with which they are adapted to be used. Thus there are corn cultivators, cotton cultivators, sugarcane cultivators, etc. Riding cultivators are known as sulky cultivators, where they are provided with 2 wheels and a seat for the driver. If worked between 2 rows, they are termed single, and when between 3 rows, double cultivators. A riding cultivator adapted to work 3 rows has an arched axle to pass over the rows of the growing plants and cultivate both sides of the plants in each row. Double cultivators are constructed so that their outside teeth may be adjusted in and out from the center of the machine to meet the width of the rows between which they operate. A walking cultivator is when the operator walks and guides the machine with the hands, as with plows. Ordinary plows are converted into cultivators by supplying them with double adjustable mold boards. Ingenious arrangements generally exist for widening or narrowing the cultivator, and for throwing the soil from the center of the furrow to opposite sides and against the plant. The depth to which the shares or cultivator blades work in the ground may be adjusted by a gauge wheel upon the drop beam or a roller on the back of the frame. Disc cultivators are those in which disc blades instead of plows are used, with which to disturb the soil already broken. As with plows, so with cultivators. Steam engines are employed to draw a gang of cultivating teeth or blades, their framework, and the operator seated thereon, to and fro across the field between 2 or more rows, turning and running the machine at the end of the rows. Millet's recent celebrated painting represents a brutal, primitive type of a man leaning heavily on a hoe as ancient and woeful in character as the man himself. It is a picture of hopeless drudgery and blank ignorance. Markham, the poet, has seized upon this picture, dwelt eloquently on its horrors, and apostrophized it as if it were a condition now existing. He exclaims, "O masters, lords, and rulers in all lands, how will the future reckon with this man?" The present has already reckoned with him, and he and his awkward implement of drudgery nowhere exist, except as leftover specimens of ancient and prehistoric misery occasionally found in some benighted region of the world. The plow and the hoe are the chief implements with which man has subdued the earth. Their use has not been confined to the drudge and the slave, but men, the leaders and ornaments of their race, have stood behind them, adding to themselves graces and crowning labor with dignity. Cincinnatus is only one of a long line of public men in ancient and modern times who have served their country in the plow-field as well as on the field of battle and in the halls of legislation. We hear the song of the poet rising with that of the lark as he turns the sod. Burns, lamenting that his share uptears the bed of the wee, modest, crimson-tipped flower, and sorrowing that he has turned the mousy from its bitter leaves and stubble by the cruel coulter. The finest natures, tuned too fine to meet the rude blasts of the world, have shrunk like Cooper to rural scenes, and sought with the hoe among flowers and plants for that balm and strength unfound in crowded marts. But the dignity imparted to the profession of agriculture by a few has now by the genius of invention become the heritage of all. While prophets have lamented, and artists have painted, and poets sorrowed over the drudgeries of the tillers of the soil, the tillers have steadily and quietly, and with infinite patience and toil, worked out their own salvation. They no longer find themselves plundered and profaned and disinherited, but they have yoked the forces of nature to their service, and the cultivation of the earth, the sowing of the seed, the nourishment of the plant, have become to them things of pleasurable labor. With the aid of these inventions, which have been turned into their hands by the prolific developments of the century, they are, so far as the soil is concerned, no longer brothers of the ox, but King of kings and Lord of lords. End of section 3. Section 4 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Agricultural Inventions. If the farmer, toward the close of the 18th century, tired with the sickle and the scythe for cutting his grass and grain, had looked about for more expeditious means, he would have found nothing better for cutting his grass, and for harvesting his grain he would have been referred to a machine that had existed since the beginning of the Christian era. This machine was described by Pliny, writing about A.D. 60, who says that it was used on the plains of Rhaetia. The same machine was described by Palladius in the 4th century. That machine is substantially the machine that is used today for cutting and gathering clover heads to obtain the seed. It is now called a header. A machine that has been in use for 18 centuries deserves to be described and its inventor remembered, but the name of the inventor has been lost in oblivion. The description of Palladius is as follows. In the plains of Gaul, they used this quick way of reaping, and without reapers cut large fields with an ox in one day. For this purpose, a machine is made carried upon 2 wheels. The square surface has boards erected at the side, which, sloping outward, make a wider space above. The board on the forepart is lower than the others. Upon it there are a great many small teeth, wide set in a row, answering to the height of the ears of corn, wheat, and turned upward at the ends. On the back part of the machine 2 short shafts are fixed like the poles of a litter. To these an ox is yoked, with his head to the machine, and the yoke and traces likewise turned the contrary way. When the machine is pushed through the standing corn, all the ears are comprehended by the teeth and cut off by them from the straw, and drop into the machine. The driver sets it higher or lower as he finds it necessary. By a few goings and returnings the whole field is reaped. This machine does very well in plain and smooth fields. As late as 1786, improvements were being attempted in England on this old Gallic machine. At that time, Pitt, in that country, arranged a cylinder with combs or ripples which tore off the heads of the grain stalks and discharged them into a box on the machine. From that date until 1800 followed attempts to make a cutting apparatus consisting of blades on a revolving cylinder rotated by the rotary motion of the wheels on which the machine was carried. In 1794 a Scotchman invented the grain cradle. Above the blade of a scythe were arranged a set of fingers projecting from a post in the scythe snath. This was considered a wonderful implement. A report of a Scottish Highland Agricultural Society about that time said of this new machine, "With a common sickle, 7 men in 10 hours reaped 1 1/2 acres of wheat, about 1/4 of an acre each. With the new machine, a man can cut 1 1/2 acres in 10 hours, to be raked, bound, and stacked by 2 others. It was with such crude and imperfect inventions that the farmers faced the grain and grass fields of the 19th century. The 7 wonders of the ancient world have often been compared with the wonders of invention of this present day. Senator Platt, in an address at the Patent Centennial celebration in Washington in 1891, made such a contrast. The old wonders of the world were the pyramids, the hanging gardens of Babylon, the Phidian statue of Jupiter, the mausoleum, the temple of Diana at Ephesus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Pharos of Alexandria. 2 were tombs of kings, 1 was the playground of a petted queen, 1 was the habitat of the world's darkest superstition, 1 the shrine of a heathen god, another was a crude attempt to produce a work of art solely to excite wonder, and 1 only, the lighthouse at Alexandria, was of the slightest benefit to mankind. They were created mainly by tyrants, most of them by the unrequited toil of degraded and enslaved laborers. In them was neither improvement nor advancement for the people. With some excess of patriotic pride he contrasts these with what he calls the 7 wonders of American invention. They were the cotton gin, the adaptation of steam to methods of transportation, the application of electricity to business pursuits, the harvester, the modern printing press, the ocean cable, and the sewing machine. How wonderful, he adds, in conception, in construction, in purpose, these great inventions are, how they dwarf the pyramids and all the wonders of antiquity, what a train of blessings each brought with its entrance into social life, how wide, direct, and far-reaching their benefits. Each was the herald of a social revolution, each was a human benefactor, each was a new goddess of liberty, each was a great emancipator of man from the bondage of labor, each was a new teacher come upon earth, each was a moral force. Of these 7 wonders, the harvester and the cotton gin will only be described in this chapter. Harvester has sometimes been used as a broad term to cover both mowers and reapers. In a recent and more restricted sense, it is applied to a machine that cuts grain, separates it into gavels, and binds it. The difficulty that confronted the invention of mowers was the construction, location, and operation of the cutting part. To convert the scythe or the sickle or some other sharp blade into a fast reciprocating cutter, to hang such cutter low so that it would cut near the ground, to protect it from contact with stones by a proper guard, to actuate it by the wheels of the vehicle, to hinge the cutter bar to the frame so that its outer end might be raised, and to arrange a seat on the machine so that the driver could control the operating parts by means of a lever or handles, were the main problems to be solved. In 1799, Boyce, of England, had a vertical shaft with 6 rotating scythes beneath the frame of the implement. This died with the century. In 1800, Mears, his countryman, tried to adapt shears. He was followed there in 1805 by Plucknett, who introduced a horizontal, rotating, circular blade. Others subsequently adopted this idea, both in England and America. It had been customary, as in olden times, to push the apparatus forward by a horse or horses hitched behind. But in 1806 Gladstone had patented a front draft machine with a revolving wheel armed with knife blades cutting at one side of the machine and a segment bar with fingers which gathered the grain and held the straw while the knife cut it. Then, in 1807, Salonen introduced vibrating knives over stationary blades, fingers to gather grain to the cutters, and a rake to carry the grain off to one side. In 1822, Ogle, also of England, was the first to invent the reciprocating knife bar. This is the movement that has been given in all the successful machines since. Ogle's was a crude machine, but it furnished the ideas of projecting the cutter bar at the side of a reel to gather the grain to the cutter, and of a grain platform which was tilted to drop the sheaf. The world is indebted also to the Reverend Patrick Bell of Scotland, who had invented and built as early as 1823 to 1826 a machine which would cut an acre of grain in an hour, and is thus described by LynneT. The machine had a square frame on 2 wheels which ran loose on the axle, except when clutched thereto, to give motion to the cutters. The cutter bar had fixed triangular cutters, between each of which was a movable vibrating cutter, which made a shear cut against the edge of the stationary cutter on each side. It had a reel with 12 vanes to press the grain toward the cutters and cause it to fall upon a traveling apron which carried away cut grain and deposited it at the side of the machine. The reel was driven by bevel gearing. It was used but a few years and then revived again at the World's Fair in London in 1851. In the United States, inventions in mowers and reapers began to make their appearance about 1820. In 1822, Bailey was the first to patent a mowing machine. It was a circular revolving scythe on a vertical axis, rotated by gearing from the main axle, and so that the scythe was self-sharpened by passing under a whetstone fixed on an axis and revolving with the scythe, and was pulled by a horse in front. In 1828, Lane of Maine combined the reaper and thresher. In 1831, Manning had a row of fingers and a reciprocating knife, and in 1833, Schneble introduced the idea of a horizontal endless apron on which the grain fell, constructed to travel intermittently, so as to divide the grain into separate parts or gavels, and deliver the gavels at one side. Hussey of Maryland in 1833 produced the most useful harvester up to that time. It had open guard fingers, a knife made of triangular sections, reciprocating in the guard, and a cutter bar on a hinged frame. Then came the celebrated reaper of McCormick of Virginia in 1834, and his improvements of 1845 to 1847, and by 1850 he had built hundreds of his machines. Other inventors, too numerous to mention from that time, pushed forward with their improvements. Then came many public trials and contests between rival manufacturers and inventors. One of the earliest and most notable was the contest at the World's Fair in London in 1851. This exhibition, the first of the kind the world had seen, giving to the nations taking part such an astonishing revelation of each other's productions, and stimulating in each such a surprising growth in all the industrial and fine arts, revealed nothing more gratifying to the lover of his kind than those inventions of the preceding half-century that had so greatly lifted the farm laborer from his furrow of drudgery. Among the most conspicuous of such inventions were the harvesters. Bell's machine, previously described, and Hussey's and McCormick's were the principal contesting machines. They were set to work in fields of grain, and to McCormick was finally awarded the Medal of Honor. This contest also opened the eyes of the world to the fact that vast tracts of idle land, exceeding in extent the areas of many states and countries, could now be sown and reaped, a fact impossible with the scythe and the sickle. It was the herald of the admission into the family of nations of new territories and states, which, without these machines, would unto this day be still wild wildernesses and trackless deserts. This great trial also was followed by many others, state and international. In 1852 there was in the United States a general trial of reapers and mowers at Geneva, New York. In 1855 at the French Exposition at Paris, where again McCormick met with a triumph, in 1857 at Syracuse, New York, and subsequently at all the great state and international expositions. These contests served to bring out the failures and the still existing wants in this line of machinery. The earlier machines were clumsy. They were generally one-wheeled machines, lacked flexibility of parts, and were costly. They cut, indeed, vast tracts of grain and grass, but the machines had to be followed by an army of men to bind and gather the fallen grain. This army demanded high wages and materially increased the cost of reaping the crop, and sadly diminished the profits. When the Vienna Exposition in 1873 was held, a great advance was shown in this and all other classes of agricultural machinery. Reapers and mowers were lighter in construction and far less in cost, and stronger and more effective in every way. The old original machines of McCormick, on which he had worked for 20 years prior to the 1851 triumph, had been succeeded by another of his machines, on which an additional 20 years of study, experiment, and improvement had been expended. An endless number of inventors had in the meantime entered the lists. The frame, the motive gearing, the hinged cutter bar and knives, the driver's seat, the reel, the divider, for separating the swath of grain to be cut from the uncut, the raising and depressing lever, the self-raker, and the material of which all the parts were composed had all received the greatest attention, and now was awaiting the coming of a perfect mechanical binder that would roll the grain on the machines into a bundle, automatically bind it, and drop the bound bundles on the ground. The latter edition came in an incomplete shape to Vienna. The best form was a crude wire binder. In 1876, at the Centennial Exhibition at Philadelphia, the mowers and reapers blossomed still more fully, but not into full fruition, for it was not until 2 or 3 years thereafter that the celebrated twine binders, which superseded the wire, were fully developed. Think of the almost miraculous exercise of invention in making a machine to automatically cut the grain, elevate it to a platform, separate and roll it into sheaves, seize a stout cord from a reel, wrap it about the sheaf, tie a knot that no sailor could untie, cut the cord, and throw the bound sheaf to one side upon the ground. So great became the demand for this binder's twine that great corporations engaged in its manufacture, and they in turn formed a great trust to control the world's supply. This one item of twine alone amounted to millions of dollars every year, and from its manufacture arose economic questions considered by legislators and serious litigation requiring the attention of the courts. At the Centennial Exhibition, besides 20 or more great manufacturing firms of the United States who exhibited reapers and mowers, Canada, faraway Australia, and Russia brought each a fine machine of this wonderful class. And not only these countries, but nearly all of Europe sent agricultural machines and implements in such numbers and superior construction that they surpassed the wildest dreams of the farmer of a quarter of a century before. Up to this time, about 11,000 patents had been granted in the United States, all presumably on separate improvements in mowers and reapers alone. This number includes, of course, many patents issued to inventors of other countries. Before leaving this branch of the subject, the lawn mower should not be overlooked, with its spiral blades on a revolving cylinder, a hand lever by which it can be pushed over a lawn, and the grass cut as smooth as the green rug upon a lady's chamber. It is the law of inventions that one invention necessitates and generates another. Thus, the vastly increased facilities for cutting grass necessitated new means for taking care of it when cut. And these new means were the hay tedder to stir it, the horse hay rake, the great hay forks to load, and the hay stackers. Harvesters for grass and grain have been supplemented by corn, cotton, potato, and flax harvesters. The threshing floor still resounds to the flail as the grain is beaten from the heads of the stalks. Men and horses still tread it out, the wooden drag and the heavy wain with its gang of wheels, and all the old methods of threshing familiar to the Egyptians and later among the Romans may still be found in use in different portions of the world. Menzies of Scotland, about the middle of the 18th century, was the first to invent a threshing machine. It was unsuccessful. Then came Lecky of Stirlingshire, who improved it. But the type of the modern threshing machine was the invention of a Scotchman, one Makel of Tyningham, East Lothian, in 1786. Makel threw the grain onto an inclined board, from whence it was fed between two fluted rollers, to a cylinder armed with blades which beat it, thence to a second beating cylinder operating over a concave grating, through which the loosened grain fell to a receptacle beneath. Thence the straw was carried over a third beating cylinder, which loosened the straw and shook out the remaining grain to the same receptacle, and the beaten straw was then carried out of the machine. Makel added many improvements, among which was a fan mill, by which the grain was separated and cleaned from both straw and chaff. This machine, completed and perfected about the year 1800, has seen no departure in principle in England, and in the United States the principal change has been the substitution of a spiked drum, running at a higher speed from Makel's beater drum armed with blades. In countries like California, says the U.S. Commissioner of Patents in his report for 1895, where the climate is dry and the grain is ready for threshing as soon as it is cut, there is in general use a type of machine known as a combined harvester and thresher, in which a thresher and a harvester machine of the header type are mounted on a single platform, and the heads of grain are carried directly from the harvester by elevators into the threshing machine, from which the threshed grain is delivered into bags and is then ready for shipment. Some of these machines are drawn by horses, and some have a portable engine mounted on the same truck, with the harvester propelling the machine, while furnishing power to drive the mechanism at the same time. Combined harvesters and threshers have been known since 1836, but they have been much improved and are now built on a much larger scale. Flax threshers for beating the grain from the bolls of the cured flax plant, removing the bolls, releasing and cleaning the seed, are also a modern invention. Flax and hemp brakes, machines by which the woody and cellular portion of the flax is separated from the fibrous portion, produced in practical shape in the century, and flanked by the improved pullers, cutters, threshers, scutchers, hackles, carters, and rovers, have supplanted Egyptian methods of 3,000 years standing for preparing the flax for spinning, as well as the crude improvements of the 18th century. After the foundation of cotton manufacture had been laid as one of the greatest of the world's industries in the 18th century by those 5 great English inventors, Kay, who invented the fly shuttle, Hargreaves, the spinning jenny, Arkwright, the water frame, Crompton, the spinning mule, and Cartwright, the power loom, came Eli Whitney in 1793, a young school teacher from Massachusetts located in Georgia, who invented the cotton gin. His crude machine, worked by a single person, could clean more cotton in a single day than could be done by a man in several months by hand. The enormous importance of such a machine began to be appreciated at the beginning of the century, and it set cotton up as a king whose dominion has extended across the seas. Prior to 1871, inventions in this art were mainly directed to perfecting the structure of this primary gin. By that machine only the long staple fiber was secured, leaving the cotton seed covered with a short fiber, which with the seed was regarded as a waste product. To reclaim this short fiber and secure the seed in condition for use have been the endeavors of many inventors during the last 20 years. These objects have been attained by a machine known as the Doolittle, one of the first practical forms of which appeared about 1883. In a bulletin published by the U.S. Department of Agriculture in 1895 entitled Production and Price of Cotton for 100 Years, the period commences with the introduction of Whitney's saw gin and ends with the year mentioned and with the production in that year of the largest crop the world had ever seen. No other agricultural crop commands such universal attention. Millions of people are employed in its production and manufacture. How insignificant compared with the wonder wrought by this one machine seems indeed any of the old 7 wonders of the world. Although the displacement of labor occasioned by the introduction of the cotton gin was not severely felt, as it was slave labor, yet that invention affords a good illustration of the fact that labor-saving machines increase the supply of the article, the increased supply lowers its price, the lower price increases the demand, the increased demand gives rise to more machines, and develops other inventions and arts, all of which results in the employment of 10,000 people to every 1,000 at work on the product originally. End of section 4. Section 5 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Agricultural Inventions continued. When the harvest is ended and the golden stores of grains and fruits are gathered, then the question arises what shall be next done to prepare them for food and for shipment to the distant consumer. If the cleaning of the grain and separating it from the chaff and dirt are not had in the threshing process, separate machines are employed for fanning and screening. It was only during the 18th century that fanning mills were introduced, and it is related by Sir Walter Scott in one of his novels that some of his countrymen considered it their religious duty to wait for a natural wind to separate the chaff from the wheat, that they were greatly shocked by an invention which would raise a whirlwind in calm weather, and that they looked upon the use of such a machine as rebellion against God. As to the grinding of the grain, the rudimentary means still exist, and are still used by rudimentary peoples, and to meet exceptional necessities. These are the primeval hollowed stone and mortar and pestle, and they too were the mills of the gods in Egyptian, Hebrew, and early Greek days. The quern, that is, the upper running stone and the lower stationary grooved one, was a later Roman invention and can be found described only a century or two before the Christian era. Crude as these means were, they were the chief ones used in milling until within a century and a quarter ago. In a very recent bright work published in London by Richard Bennett and John Elton on corn mills, etc., they say on this point, "The mill of the last century, that by which, despite its imperfections, the production of flour rose from one of the smallest to one of the greatest and most valuable industries of the world, was essentially a structure of few parts, whether driven by water or wind, and its processes were exceedingly simple. The wheat was cleaned by a rude machine consisting of a couple of cylinders and screens, and an air blast passed through a pair of millstones running very close together, in order that the greatest amount of flour might be produced at one grinding. The meal was then bolted, and the tailings, consisting of bran, middlings, and adherent flour, again sifted and reground. It seems probable that the miller of the time had a fair notion of the high grade of flour ground from middlings, but no systematic method of procedure for its production was adopted. The upper and the nether mill stone is still a most useful device. The dress, which consists of the grooves which are formed in the meeting faces of the stones, has been changed in many ways to meet the requirements in producing flour in varying degrees of fineness. Machines have been invented to make such grooves. A Swiss machine for this purpose consists of 2 discs carrying diamonds in their peripheries, which, being put in rapid revolution, cut parallel grooves in the face of the stone. A great advance in milling was made both in America and Europe by the inventions of Oliver Evans. Evans was born in the state of Delaware, U.S., in 1755 and died in 1819. He was a poor boy and an apprentice to a wheelwright, and while thus engaged his inventive powers were developed. He had an idea of a land carriage propelled without animal power. At the age of 22 he invented a machine for making card teeth, which superseded the old method of making them by hand. Later he invented steam engines and steamboats, to which attention will hereafter be called. Entering into business with his brothers within the period extending from 1785 to 1800, he produced those inventions in milling which by the opening of the 19th century had revolutionized the art. A description of the most important of these inventions was published by him in 1795 in a book entitled The Young Millwright and Miller's Grist. Patents were granted Evans by the states of Delaware, Maryland, and Pennsylvania in 1787, and by the U.S. government in 1790 and 1808. As these inventions formed the basis of the most important subsequent devices of the century, a brief statement of his system is proper. From the time the grain was emptied from the wagon to the final production of the finest flour at the close of the process, all manual labor was dispensed with. The grain was first emptied into a box hung on a scale beam where it was weighed, then run into an elevator which raised it to a chamber over cleaning machines through which it was passed, and reclaimed by the same means if desired. Then it was run down into a chamber over the hoppers of the millstones. When ground, it fell from the millstones into conveyors, and as carried along subjected to the heated air of a kiln dryer, then carried into a meal elevator to be raised and dropped onto a cooling floor, where it was met by what is called a hopper boy, consisting of a central round upright shaft revolving on a pivot, and provided with horizontal arms and sweeps adapted to be raised and lowered and turned, by which means the meal was continually stirred around, lifted, and turned on the floor, and then gathered onto the bolting hoppers, the bolts being cylindrical sieves of varying degrees of fineness to separate the flour from its coarser impurities, and when not bolted sufficiently, carried by a conveyor called a drill to an elevator to be dumped again into the bolting hoppers and be rebolted. When not sufficiently ground, the same drill was used to carry the meal to the grindstones. It was the design of the process to keep the meal in constant motion from first to last, so as to thoroughly dry and cool it, to heat it further in the meantime, and to run the machine so slowly as to prevent the rise and waste of the flour in the form of dust. The Evans system, with minor modifications and improvements, was the prevailing one for 3/4 of a century. New mills, when erected, were provided with this system, and many mills in their quiet retreats everywhere awoke from their drowsy methods and were equipped with the new one. But the whole system of milling has undergone another great change within the last 30 years. During that time it has been learned that the coarser portion or kernel of wheat, which lies next to the skin of the berry and between the skin and the heart, is the most valuable and nutritious part, as it consists largely of gluten, while the interior consists of starch, which when dry becomes a pearly powder. Under the old systems this coarser part, known as middlings, was eliminated, and ground for feed for cattle, or into what was regarded as an inferior grade of flour from which to make coarse bread. It was customary, therefore, under the old method, to set the grinding surfaces very close with keen, sharp burrs, so that this coarser part was cut off and mixed with the small particles of bran, fine fuzz, and other foreign substances, which was separated from the finer part of the kernel by the bolting. The new process consists of removing the outer skin and inherent impurities from the middlings, then separating the middlings from the central finer part, and then regrinding the middlings into flour. This middling's flour being superior, as stated, to what was called straight grade, it became desirable to obtain as much middlings as possible, and to this end it was necessary to set the grinding surfaces further apart, so as to grind high, hence the high milling process as distinguished from low milling. For the better performance of the high rolling process, roller mills were invented. It was found that the cracking process by which the kernel could be cracked and the gluten middling separated from the starchy heart could best be had by the employment of rollers or cylinders in place of face stones, and at the same time the heating of the product, which injures it, be avoided. The rollers operate in sets, and successive crackings are obtained by passing and repassing, if necessary, the grain through these rollers, set at different distances apart. The operation on grains of different qualities, whether hard or soft, or containing more or less of the gluten middlings, or starchy parts, and their minute and graded separation, thus are obtained with the greatest nicety. The Hungarians, the Germans, the Austrians, the Swiss, the English, and the Americans have all invented useful forms of these rollers. This process was accompanied by the invention of new forms of middlings, separators, and purifiers, in which upward draughts of air are made to pass up through flat, graded shaking bolts in an enclosed case, by which the bran specks and fuzz are lifted and conveyed away from the shaken material. In some countries, such as the great wheat state of Minnesota, U.S., where the wheat had before been of inferior market value owing to the poorer grade of flour obtained by the old processes, that same wheat was made to produce the most superior flour under the new processes, thus increasing the yearly value of the crops by many millions of dollars. Disastrous flour dust explosions in some of the great mills at Minneapolis in 1877 through 1878 developed the invention of dust collectors, by which the suspended particles of flour dust are withdrawn from the machinery in the mill, and the air is cleared for respiration and for the production of the finest flour, while the mill is kept closed and comfortable in cold seasons. One of the latest forms of such a collector has for its essential principle the vertical or rotary air current, which it is claimed moves and precipitates the finest particles. The inventions in the class of mills have so multiplied in these latter days that nearly every known article that needs to be cleaned and hulled, or ground, or cracked, or pulverized, has its own specially designed machine. Wind and water as motive powers have been supplanted by steam and electricity. It would be impossible in one volume to describe this great variety. Knight, in his Mechanical Dictionary, gives a list under mills of more than 100 distinct machines and processes relating to grinding, hulling, crushing, pulverizing, and mixing products. Vegetable cutters. Modern ingenuity has not neglected those more humble devices which save the drudgery of handwork in the preparation of vegetables and roots, for food for man and beasts, and for use especially when large quantities are to be prepared. Thus we find machines armed with blades and worked by springs and a lever, for chopping, others for cutting stalks, other machines for paring and slicing, such as apple and potato parers and slicers, others for grating and pulping, others for seeding fruits, such as cherries and raisins, an entire range of mechanisms, from those which handle delicately the tenderest pod and smallest seed, to the ponderous machines for cutting and crushing the cane in sugar-making. Pressing and baling. The want of pressing loose materials and packing bulky ones, like hay, wool, cotton, hops, etc., and other coarser products, into small, compact bales and bodies, to facilitate their transportation, was immediately felt on the great increase of such products in the century. From this arose pressing and baling machines of a great variety, until nearly every agricultural product that can be pressed, packed, or baled has its special machine for that operation. Besides those above indicated relating to agricultural products, we have cane presses, cheese presses, butter presses, cigar and tobacco presses, cork presses and flour packers, fruit and lard presses, peat presses, sugar presses, and others. Leading mechanical principles in presses are also indicated by name as screw presses, toggle presses, beater press, revolving press, hydraulic press, rack and pinion press, and rolling pressure press, and so on. These are the presses also that are used in compressing cotton. When it is remembered that cotton is raised in about 20 different countries, and that the cotton crop of the United States of 1897 through 1898 was 10,897,857 bales, of about 500 pounds each, of India estimated for the same period 2,844,000 of 400 pounds each, of China about 1,320,000 of 500 pounds each, and between 2 and 3 million bales in the other countries, it is interesting to consider how the world's production of this enormous mass of elastic fiber, amounting to 17 or 18 million bales of 4 and 500 pounds each, is compressed and bound. The screw press was the earliest form of machine used, and then came the hydraulic press. Later it has been customary to press the cotton by screw presses, or small hydraulic presses at the plantation, bind it with ropes or metal bands, and then transport it to some central or seaboard station, where an immense establishment exists, provided with a great steam-operated press, in which the bale from the country is placed and reduced to 1/4 or 1/3 its size, and while under pressure, new metallic bands applied when the bale is ready for shipment. This was a gain of a remarkable amount of room on shipboard and on cars, and solved a commercial problem. But now this process and the commercial rectangular bale seem destined to be supplanted by roller presses set up near the plantations themselves, into which the cotton is fed directly from the gin, rolled upon itself between the rollers and compressed into round bales of greater density than the square bale, thus saving a great amount of cost in dispensing with the steam and hydraulic plants, with great additional advantages in convenience of handling and cost of transportation. It is so arranged also that the cotton may be rolled into clean, uniform, dense layers, so that the same may be unwound at the mill and directly applied to the machines for its manufacture into fabrics, without the usual tedious and expensive preliminary operations of combing and re-rolling. It has also remained for the developed machine of the century to convert hay into an export commodity to distant countries by the baling process. Bale ties themselves have received great attention from inventors, and the most successful have won fortunes for their owners. Most ingenious machines have been devised for picking cotton in the fields, but none have yet reached that stage of perfection sufficient to supplant the human fingers. Fruits and foods. To prepare and transport fruits in their natural state to far distant points, while preserving them from decay for long times, is, in the large way demanded by the world's great appetites, altogether a success of modern invention. To gather the fruit without bruising by mechanical pickers, and then to place the fruit, oranges for instance, in the hands of an intelligent machine which will automatically, but delicately and effectually, wrap the same in a paper covering, and discharge them without harm, are among the recent inventive wonders. In the United States alone, 67 patents have been granted up to 1895 for fruit wrapping machines. Inventions relating to drying and evaporating fruit, and having for their main object to preserve as much as possible the natural taste and color of the fruit, have been numerous. Spreading the fruit in the air and letting the sun and air do the rest is now a crude process. These are the general types of drying and evaporating machines. First, those in which trays of fruit are placed upon stationary ledges within a heated chamber. Second, those in which the trays are raised and lowered by mechanical means toward or farther from the source of heat as the drying progresses. Third, those in which the fruit is placed in imperforate steam-jacketed pans. Many improvements, of course, have been made in detail of form, in ventilation, the supplying and regulating of heat, and the moving of trays. The hermetically sealed glass or earthenware fruit jar, the lids of which can be screwed or locked down upon a rubber band after the jar is filled and the small remainder of air drawn out by a convenient steam heater, now used by the million, is an illustration of the many useful modern contrivances in this line. Sterilization. In preserving, the desirability of preventing disease and keeping foods in a pure state has developed in the last quarter of a century many devices by which the food is subjected to a steam heat in chambers, and, by devices operated from the outside, the cans or bottles are opened and shut while still within the steam-filled chamber. Diastase. By heating starchy matters with substances containing diastase, a partial transformation is effected, which will materially shorten and aid its digestion, and this fact has been largely made use of in the preparation of soluble foods, especially those designed for infants and invalids, such as malted milk and lactated food. Milkers. Invention has not only been exercised in the preservation and transportation of milk, but in the task of milking itself. Since 1860, inventors have been seeking patents for milkers, some having tubes operated by air pumps, others on the same principle in which the vacuum is made to increase and decrease or pulsate, and others for machines in which the tubes are mechanically contracted by pressure plates. Slaughtering. Great improvements have been made in the slaughtering of animals, by which a great amount of its repulsiveness and the unhealthfulness of its surroundings have been removed. These improvements relate to the construction of proper buildings and appliances for the handling of the animals, the means for slaughtering, and modes of taking care of the meat and transporting the same. Villages, towns, and even many cities are now relieved of the formerly unsavory slaughterhouses, and the work is done from great centers of supply, where meats in every shape are prepared for food and shipment. It would be impossible in a bulky volume, much less in a single chapter, to satisfactorily enumerate those thousands of inventions which, taking hold of the food products of the earth, have spread them as a feast before the tribes of men. Tobacco. Some of the best inventive genius of the century has been exercised in providing for man's comfort, not a food, but what he believes to be a solace. Sublime tobacco, which from east to west cheers the tar's labor or the Turkman's rest. In the United States alone, in the year 1885, there were 752,520 acres of land devoted to the production of tobacco, the amount in pounds grown being 562,736,000, and the value of which was estimated as $43,265,598. These amounts have been somewhat less in years since then, but the appetite continues, and any deficiency in the supply is made up by enormous importation. Thus, in 1896, there were imported into the United States 32,924,966 pounds of tobacco of various kinds, valued at $16,503,130. There are no reliable statistics showing that, man for man, the people of that country are greater lovers of the weed than the people of other countries, but the annual value of tobacco raised and imported by them being thus about $60 million, it indicates the strength of the habit and the interest in the nurture of the plant throughout the world. Neither the counterblast to tobacco of King James I and the condemnations of kings, popes, priests, and sultans that followed its early introduction into Europe served to choke the weed in its infancy or check its aftergrowth. Now it is attended from the day of its planting until it reaches the lips of the consumer, by contrivances of consummate skill to fit it for its destined purpose. Besides the plows, the cultivators, and the weeders of especial forms used to cultivate the plant, there are, after the grown plant is cut in the field, houses of various designs for drying it, machines for rolling the leaves out smoothly in sheets, machines for removing the stems from the leaves and for crushing the stem, machines for pressing it into shape and for pressing it, whether solid or in granular form, into boxes, tubs, and bags, machines for granulating it and for grinding it into snuff, machines for twisting it into cords, machines for flavoring the leaf with saccharin and other matters, machines for making cigars, and machines of a great variety and of the most ingenious construction for making cigarettes and putting them in packages. Samples of pipes made by different ages and by different peoples would form a collection of wonderful art and ingenuity, second only to an exhibition of the means and methods of making them. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Chemistry, Medicine, Surgery, Dentistry. Chemistry, having for its field the properties and changes of matter, has excited more or less attention ever since men had the power to observe, to think, and to experiment. Some knowledge of chemistry must have existed among the ancients to have enabled the Egyptians to smelt ores and work metals, to dye their cloths, to make glass, and to preserve their dead from decomposition. So, too, to this extent among the Phoenicians, the Israelites, the Greeks, and the Romans, and perhaps to a greater extent among the Chinese, who added powder to the above named and other chemical products. Aristotle speculated that the alchemists of the Middle Ages busied themselves in magic and guesswork. It reached the dignity of a science in the 17th and 18th centuries by the labors of such men in the former century as Libavius, von Helmont, Glauber, Tachenius, Boyle, Lemery, and Becker, Stahl, Boerhaave, and Homburg in both, and Black, Cavendish, Lavoisier, Priestley, and others in the 18th. But so great have been the discoveries and inventions in this science during the 19th century that any chemist of any previous age, if permitted to look forward upon them, would have felt like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken. Indeed, the chemistry of this century is a new world, of which all the previous discoveries in that line were but floating nebulae. So vast and astonishingly fast has been the growth and development of this science, that before the century was 2/3 through its course, Watts published his Dictionary of Chemistry in 5 volumes, averaging 1,000 closely printed pages, followed soon by a 1,000-page supplement, and it would have required such a volume every year since to adequately report the progress of the science. Nomenclatures, formulas, apparatuses, and processes have all changed. It was deemed necessary to publish works on the new chemistry, and Professor J. P. Cook is the author of an admirable volume under that title. We can, therefore, in this chapter only step from one to another of some of the peaks that rise above the vast surrounding country, and note some of the lesser objects as they appear in the vales below. The leading discoveries of the century, which have done so much to aid chemistry in its giant strides, are the atomic and molecular theories, the mechanics of light, heat, and electricity, the correlation and conservation of forces, their invariable quantity and their indestructibility, spectrum analysis, and the laws of chemical changes. John Dalton, that humble child of the English North Country Quaker stock, self-taught and a teacher all his life, in 1803 gave to the world his atomic theory of chemistry, whereby the existence of matter in ultimate atoms was removed from the region of the speculation of certain ancient philosophers and established on a sure foundation. The question asked and answered by Dalton was, what is the relative weight of the atoms composing the elementary bodies? He discovered that one chemical element or compound can combine with other chemical elements to form a new compound in 2 different proportions by weight which stand to each other in the simple ratio of 1 to 2. And at the same time he published a table of the relative weight of the ultimate particles of gaseous and other bodies. Although the details of this table have since been changed, the principles of his discovery remain unchanged. Says Professor Roscoe, "Chemistry could hardly be said to exist as a science before the establishment of the laws of combination in multiple proportions, and the subsequent progress of chemical science materially depended upon the determination of these combined proportions or atomic weights of the elements first set up by Dalton. So that among the founders of our science, next to the name of the great French philosopher Lavoisier, will stand in future ages the name of John Dalton of Manchester." Less conspicuous, but still eminently useful, were his discoveries and labors in other directions, in the expansion of gases, evaporation, steam, etc. Wallisson and Gay-Lussac, both great chemists, applied Dalton's discovery to wide and most important fields in the chemical arts. Also contemporaneous with Dalton was the great German chemist Berzelius, who confirmed and extended the discoveries of Dalton. More than this it has been said of Berzelius. In him were united all the different impulses which have advanced the science since the beginning of the present epoch. The fruit of his labors is scattered throughout the entire domain of science. Hardly a substance exists to the knowledge of which he has not in some way contributed. A direct descendant of the school of his countryman Bergman, he was especially renowned as an analyst. No chemist has determined by direct experiment the composition of a greater number of substances. No one has exerted a greater influence in extending the field of analytical chemistry. As to light, the great Huygens, the astronomer and mathematician, the improver of differential calculus and of telescopes, the inventor of the pendulum clock, chronometers, and the balance wheel to the watch, and the discoverer of the laws of the double refraction of light and of polarization, had in the 17th century clearly advanced the idea that light was propagated from luminous bodies, not as a stream of particles through the air, but in waves or vibrations of ether, which is a universal medium extending through all space and into all bodies. This fundamental principle now enters into the explanation of all the phenomena of light. Newton, in the next century, with the prism, decomposed light, and in a darkened chamber reproduced all the colors and tints of the rainbow. But there were dark lines in that beam of broken sunlight which Newton did not notice. It was left to Joseph von Fraunhofer, a German optician, and to the 19th century, and nearly 100 years after Newton's experiments with the prism, to discover with finer prisms that he had made some 590 of these black lines crossing the solar spectrum. What they were he did not know, but conjectured that they were caused by something which existed in the sun and stars, not in our air. But from that time they were called Fraunhofer's dark lines. From the vantage ground of these developments, we are now enabled to step to that mountain peak of discovery from which the sun and stars were looked into, their elements portrayed, their very motions determined, and their brotherhood with the earth in substance ascertained. The great discovery of the cause of Fraunhofer's dark bands in the broken sunlight was made by Gustav Robert Kirchhoff, a German physician, in his laboratory in Heidelberg in 1860, in conjunction with his fellow worker Robert Bunsen. Kirchhoff happened to let a solar ray pass through a flame colored with sodium, and through a prism, so that the spectrum of the sun and the flame fell one upon another. It was expected that the well-known yellow line of sodium would come out in the solar spectrum, but it was just the opposite that took place. Where the bright yellow line should have fallen appeared a dark line. With this observation was coupled the reflection that heat passes from a body of a higher temperature to one of a lower, and not inversely. Experiments followed. Iron, sodium, copper, etc., were heated to incandescence and their colors prismatically separated. These were transversed with the same colors of other heated bodies, and the latter were absorbed and rendered black. Kirchhoff then announced his law that all bodies absorb chiefly those colors which they themselves emit. Therefore these vapors of the sun which were rendered in black lines were so produced by crossing terrestrial vapors of the same nature. Thus by the prism and the blowpipe were the same substances found in the sun, the stars, and the earth. The elements of every substance submitted to the process were analyzed, and many secrets in the universe of matter were revealed. Young of America invented a splendid combination of spectroscope and telescope, and Huygens of Finland was the first to establish by spectrum analysis the approach and retreat of the stars. It was prior to this time that those wonderful discoveries and labors were made which developed the true nature of heat, which demonstrated the kinship and correlation of the forces of nature, their conservation, or property of being converted one into another, and the indestructibility of matter, of which force is but another name. The first demonstrations as to the nature of heat were given by the American Count Rumford, and then by Sir Humphrey Davy, just at the close of the 18th century, and then followed in this the brilliant labors and discoveries of Mayer and Helmholtz of Germany, Kolding of Denmark, and Joule, Grove, Faraday, Sir William Thomson of England, and Henry, Leconte, and Martin of America, as to the correlation and convertibility of all the forces. The French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, isolating France and exhausting its resources, its chemists were appealed to devote their genius and researches to practical things, to the munitions of war, the rejuvenation of the soil, the growing of new crops like the sugar beet, and new manufacturing products. Lavoisier had laid deep and broad in France the foundations of chemistry and given the science nomenclature that lasted a century, so that the succeeding great teachers, Berthollet, Guyton, Fourcroy and their associates, and the institutions of instruction in the sciences fostered by them, and inspired in that direction by Napoleon, bent their energies in material directions, and a tremendous impulse was thus given to the practical application of chemistry to the arts and manufactures of the century. The same spirit, to a less extent, however, manifested itself in England, and as early as 1802 we find Sir Humphrey Davy beginning his celebrated lectures on the elements of agricultural chemistry before a Board of Agriculture, a work that has passed through many editions in almost every modern language. When the fact is recalled that agricultural chemistry embraces the entire natural science of vegetable and animal production, and includes besides much of physics, meteorology, and geology, the extent and importance of the subject may be appreciated. and yet such appreciation was not manifested in a practical manner until the 19th century. It was only toward the end of the 18th century that the vague and ancient notions that air, water, oil, and salt formed the nutrition of plants began to be modified. Davy recognized and explained the beneficial fertilizing effects of ammonia, and analyzed and explained numerous fertilizers, including guano. It is due to his discoveries and publications, combined with those of the eminent men on the continent above referred to, that agricultural chemistry arose to the dignity of a science. The most brilliant, eloquent, and devoted apostle of that science who followed Davy was Justus von Liebig of Germany, who was born in Darmstadt in 1803, the year after Davy commenced his lectures in England. It was a response to the British Association for the Advancement of Science that he gave to the world his great publications on chemistry and its application to agriculture, commerce, physiology, and pathology, from which great practical good resulted the world over. One of his favorite subjects was that of fermentation, and this calls up the exceedingly interesting discoveries in the nature of alcohol, yeast, mold, aging malt, wines, and beer, and their accompanying beneficial results. In one of Huxley's charming lectures, such as he delighted to give before a popular audience, delivered in 1871 at Manchester on the subject of yeast, he tells how any liquid containing sugar, such as a mixture of honey and water, if left to itself, undergoes the peculiar change we know as fermentation, and in the process the scum, or thicker muddy part that forms on top, becomes yeast. Carbonic acid gas escapes in bubbles from the liquid, and the liquid itself becomes spirits of wine, or alcohol. Alcohol was a term used until the 17th century to designate a very fine subtle powder, and then became the name of the whole subtle spirit arising from fermentation. It was Leeuwenhoek of Holland who 200 years ago, by the use of a fine microscope he invented, first discovered that the muddy scum was a substance made up of an enormous multitude of very minute grains floating separately, and in lumps and in heaps in the liquid. Then in the next century the Frenchman Cognard de la Tour discovered that these bodies grew to a certain size and then budded, and from the buds the plant multiplied, and thus that this yeast was a mass of living plants, which received in science the name of torula, that the yeast plant was a kind of fungus or mold growing and multiplying. Then came Verboni, the French chemist, at the end of the 18th century, who discovered that the yeast plant was a bag-like form or cell of woody matter, and that the cell contained a substance composed of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. This was the vegeto-animal substance, having peculiarities of animal products. Then came the great chemists of the 19th century with their delicate methods of analysis, and decided that this plant in its chief part was identical with that element which forms the chief part of our own blood; that it was protein, a substance which forms the foundation of every animal organism. All agreed that it was the yeast plant that fermented or broke up the sugar element, and produced the alcohol. Helmholtz demonstrated that it was the minute particles of the solid part of the plant that produced the fermentation, and that such particles must be growing or alive to produce it. From whence sprang this wonderful plant, part vegetable, part animal? By a long series of experiments it was found that if substances which could be fermented were kept entirely closed to the outer air, no plant would form and no fermentation take place. It was concluded then, and so ascertained, that the toruli in the plant proceeded from the toruli in the atmosphere, from gay motes that people the sunbeams. Concerning just how the toruli broke up or fermented the sugar, great chemists have differed. After the discovery that the yeast was a plant having cells formed of the pure matter of wood, and containing a semi-fluid mass identical with the composition which constitutes the flesh of animals, came the further discovery that all plants, high and low, are made up of the same kind of cells and their contents. Then this remarkable result came out, that however much a plant may otherwise differ from an animal, yet in essential constituents the cellular constructure of animal and plant is the same. To this substance of energy and life, common in the minute plant cell and the animal cell, the German botanist Hugo von Mohl, about 50 years ago, gave the name protoplasm. Then came this astounding conclusion, that this protoplasm being common to both plant and animal life, the essential difference consisted only in the manner in which the cells are built up and are modified in the building. And from that part of these great discoveries which revealed the fact that the sugary element was infected, as it were, from the germs of the air, producing fermentation and its results, arose the remarkable theory of many diseases known as the germ theory. And as it was found in the yeast plant that only the solid part or particle of the plant germinated fermentation and reaction, so too it has been found by the germ theory that the only solid particle of the contagious matter can germinate or grow the disease. In this unfolding of the wonders of chemistry in the 19th century, the old empirical walls between forces and organisms and organic and inorganic chemistry are breaking down, and celestial and terrestrial bodies and vapors, living beings and growing plants are discovered to be the evolution of one all-pervading essence and force. One is reminded of the lines of Tennyson: large elements in order brought, and tracks of calm from tempest made, and world fluctuation swayed in vassal tides that followed thought. One God, one law, one element, and one far-off divine event to which the whole creation moves. In the class of alcohol and in the field of yeast, the work of Pasteur, begun in France, has been followed by improvements in methods for selecting proper ferments and excluding improper ones, and in improved processes for aging and preserving alcoholic liquors by destroying the deleterious ferments. Takamine, in using a ferment, koji, motu, and moyashi, different forms of mold, and proposing to do entirely away with malt in the manufacture of beer and whiskey, has made a noteworthy departure. Manufacturing by malt by the pneumatic process and stirring malt during germination are among the improvements. Carbonating. The injecting of carbonic acid into various waters to render them wholesome, and also into beers and wines during fermentation, and to save delay and prevent impurities, are decided improvements. The immense improvements and discoveries in the character of soils and fertilizers have already been alluded to. Hundreds of instruments have been invented for measuring, analyzing, weighing, separating, volatilizing, and otherwise applying chemical processes to practical purposes. To the chemistry of this century the world is indebted for those devices and processes for the utilization and manufacture of many useful products, from the liquids and oils, sugar from cane and beets, revivifying bone black, centrifugal machinery for refining sugar, in defecating by its chemicals in heat, in evaporating it in pans, in separating starch and converting it into glucose, etc. Oils and fats. Up to within this century the vast amount of cottonseed produced with that crop was a waste. Then by the process, first of steaming the seed and expressing the oil, now by the process of extraction by the aid of volatile solvents, the casting off of the solvents by distillation, an immensely valuable product has been obtained. The utilizing of oils in the manufacture of oilcloth and linoleum and rubber has become of great commercial value. Formerly sulfur was the vulcanizing agent, now chloride of sulfur has been substituted for pure sulfur. Steam and the distillation processes have been applied with great success to the making of glycerin from fat and from soap underlie and in extracting fat from various waste products. Bleaching and dyeing. Of course these arts are very old, but the old methods would not be recognized in the modern processes, and those who lived before the century knew nothing of the magnificent colors and certain essences and sweet savors that can be obtained from the black hand-soiling pieces of coal. In the making of illuminating gas itself, a finished chemical product of the century, a vast amount of once wasted products, especially coal tar, are now extensively used, and from coal tar and the residuum of petroleum oils now come those splendid aniline dyes which have produced such a revolution in the world of colors. The saturation of sand by a dye and its application to fabrics by an air blast, the circulation of the fluid colors, or of fluids for bleaching or drying or oxidizing, through perforated cylinders or cops on which the cloths are wound, devices for running of skeins through dyes, the great improvements in carbon dyes in kindred colors, the processes of making the colors on the fiber, and the perfumes made by the synthetic processes are among the inventions in this field. The space that a list of the new chemical products of this age and their description will fill has already been indicated by reference to the great dictionary of Watts. Some of the electrochemical products will be hereinafter referred to in the chapter on electricity, and the chemistry of metallurgy will be treated under the latter topic. Electrochemical methods. Space will only permit it to be said that these methods are now employed in the production of a large number of elements, by means of which very many of them, which were before mere laboratory specimens, have now become cheap and useful servants of mankind in 100 different ways, such as aluminum, that light and non-corrosive metal, reduced from many dollars an ounce a generation ago to 30 and 40 cents a pound now. Carborundum, largely superseding emery and diamond dust as an abradant. Artificial diamonds. Calcium carbide, from which the new illuminating acetylene gas is made. Disinfectants of many kinds. Pigments, chromium, manganese, and chlorates by the 1,000 tons. The most useful new chemical processes are those used in purifying water, sewage, and milk, in electroplating metals and other substances, in the application of chemicals to the fine arts, in extracting grease from wool, and making of many useful products from the waste materials of the dumps and garbage banks. Medicines and surgery. 100 years ago the practice of medicine was, in the main, empirical. Certain effects were known to usually follow the giving of certain drugs or the application of certain measures, but why or how these effects were produced was unknown. The great steps forward have been made upon the true scientific foundation established by the discoveries and inventions in the fields of physics, chemistry, and biology. The discovery of anesthetics and their application in surgery and the practice of medicine no doubt constitutes the leading invention of the century in this field. Sir Humphry Davy suggested in 1800, and Dr. W.T. Morton was the first to apply an anesthetic to relieve pain in a surgical operation, which he did in a hospital in Boston in 1846. Both its original suggestion and application were also claimed by others. Not only relief from intense pain to the patient during the operation, but immense advantages are gained by the long and careful examination afforded of injured or diseased parts, otherwise difficult or impossible in a conscious patient. The exquisite pain and suffering endured previous to the use of anesthetics often cause death by exhaustion. Many delicate operations can now be performed for the relief of long-continued diseases which before would have been hazardous or impossible. How many before suffered unto death long drawn-out pain and disease rather than submit to the torture of the knife? How many lives have been saved, and how far advanced has become the knowledge of the human body and its painful diseases by this beneficent remedy! Inventions in the field of medicine consist chiefly in those innumerable compositions and compounds which have resulted from chemical discoveries. Gelatin capsules used to conceal unpalatable remedies may be mentioned as a most acceptable modern invention in this class. Inventions and discoveries in the field of surgery relate not only to instrumentalities but processes. The antiseptic treatment of wounds, by which the long and exhausting suppuration is avoided, is among the most notable of the latter. In instruments vast improvements have been made. Special forms adapted for operation in every form of injury. In syringes, especially hypodermic, those used for subcutaneous injections of liquid remedies. Inhalers for applying medicated vapors, and devices for applying volatile anesthetics, and devices for atomizing and spraying liquids. In the United States alone about 4,000 patents have been granted for inventions in surgical instruments. Dentistry. This art has been revolutionized during the century. Even in the time of Herodotus, one special set of physicians had the treatment of teeth, and artificial teeth have been known and used for many ages, but all seemed crude and barbarous until these latter days. In addition to the use of anesthetics, improvements have been made in nearly every form of dental instruments, such as forceps, dental engines, pluggers, drills, hammers, etc., and in the means and materials for making teeth. Later leading inventions have reference to utilizing the roots of destroyed teeth as supports on which to form bridges to which artificial teeth are secured, and to crowns for decayed teeth that still have a solid base. There exists no longer the dread of the dentist's chair unless the patient has neglected too long their visit. Pain cannot be all avoided, but it is ameliorated, and the new results in workmanship, in the saving, and in the making of teeth are vast improvements over the former methods. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Steam and Steam Engines. Soon shall thy arm, unconquered steam afar, drag the slow barge or drive the rapid car, or in wide waving wings expanded bear the flying chariot through the field of air. Thus sang the poet-prophet, the good Dr. Darwin of Lichfield in the 18th century. Newcomen and Watt had not then demonstrated that steam was not unconquerable, but the hitching it to the slow barge in the rapid car was yet to come. It has come, and although the prophecy is yet to be rounded into fulfillment by the driving of the flying chariot through the field of air, that too is to come. The prophecy of the Dr. Poet was as suggestive of the practical means of carrying it into effect as were all the means proposed during the first 17 centuries of the Christian era for conquering steam and harnessing it as a useful servant to man. Toys, speculations, dreams, observations, startling experiments, these often constitute the framework on which is hung the title of inventor, but the 19th century has demanded a better support for that proud title. He alone who first transforms his ideas into actual work and useful service in some field of man's labor, or clearly teaches others to do so, is now recognized as the true inventor. Tested by this rule, there was scarcely an inventor in the field of steam in all the long stretches of time preceding the 17th century, and if there were, they had no recording scribes to embalm their efforts in history. We shall never know how early men learned the wonderful power of the spirit that springs from heated water. It was doubtless from some sad experience in ignorantly attempting to put fetters on it. The history of steam as a motor generally commences with reference to that toy called the eolipile, described by Hero of Alexandria in a treatise on pneumatics about 2 centuries before Christ, and which was the invention of either himself or Ctesibius, his teacher. This toy consisted of a globe pivoted on 2 supports, one of which was a communicating pipe leading into a heated cauldron of water beneath. The globe was provided with 2 escape pipes on diametrically opposite sides and bent so as to discharge in opposite directions. Steam admitted into the globe from the cauldron escaped through the side pipes, and its pressure on these pipes caused the globe to rotate. Hero thus demonstrated that water can be converted into steam and steam into work. Since that ancient day, Hero's apparatus has been frequently reinvented by men ignorant of the early effort, and the principle of the invention as well as substantially the same form have been put into many practical uses. Hero, in his celebrated treatise, described other devices, curious siphons and pumps. Many of them are supposed to have been used in the performance of some startling religious rites at the altars of the Greek priests. From Hero's day, the record drops down to the Middle Ages, and still it finds progress in this art confined to a few observations and speculations. William of Malmesbury in 1150 wrote something on the subject and called attention to some crude experiments he had heard of in Germany. Passing from the slumber of the Middle Ages, we are assured by some Spanish historians that one Blasco de Garay in 1543 propelled a ship having paddle wheels by steam at Barcelona. But the publication was long after the alleged event and is regarded as apocryphal. Observations become more acute in the 16th and 17th centuries, experiments more frequent, and publications more full and numerous. Cardon Romelli and Leonardo da Vinci, learned Italians, and the accomplished Professor Jacob Besson of Orleans, France, all did much by their writings to make known theoretically the wonderful powers of steam, and to suggest modes of its practical operation in the latter part of the 16th century. Giambattista della Porta, a gentleman of Naples, possessing high and varied accomplishments in all the sciences as they were known at that day, 1601, and who invented the magic lantern and camera obscura in a work called Spiritalia, described how steam pressure could be employed to raise a column of water, how a vacuum was produced by the condensation of steam in a closed vessel, and how the condensing vessel should be separated from the boiler. Revol in France showed in 1605 how a bombshell might be exploded by steam. Salomon de Caus, engineer and architect to Louis XIII in 1615, described how water might be raised by the expansion of steam. In 1629, the Italian Branco published at Rome an account of the application of a steam jet upon the vanes of a small wheel to run it, and told how in other ways Hero's engine might be employed for useful purposes. The first English publication describing a way of applying steam appeared in 1630 in a patent granted to David Ramsay for a mode of raising water thereby. This was followed by patents to Grant in 1632 and to one Ford in 1640. During that century, these crude machines were called fire engines. It seems to have been common in some parts of Europe during the 17th century to use a blast of steam to improve the draught of chimneys and of blast furnaces. This application of steam to smoke and smelting has been frequently revived by modern inventors with much flourish of originality. It is with a certain feeling of delight and relief, after a prolonged search through the centuries for some evidence of harnessing this mighty agent to man's use, that we come to the efforts of the good Marquis of Worcester, Edward Somerset. He it was who in 1655 wrote of the inventions of the 16th century. He afterwards amplified this title by calling his book A Century of Names and Scantlings of Such Inventions as at present I call to mind to have tried and perfected, etc. There are about 100 of these scantlings, and his descriptions of them are very brief but interesting. Some, if revived now and put to use, would throw proposed flying machines into the background as they involved perpetual motion. But to his honor be it said that he was the first steam engine builder. A patent was issued to him in 1663. It was about 1668 that he built and put in successful operation at Raglan Castle at Vauxhall, near London, a steam engine to force water upward. He made separate boilers, which he worked alternately, and conveyed the steam from them to a vessel in which its pressure operated to force the water up. Unfortunately, he did not leave a description of his inventions sufficiently full to enable later mechanics to make and use them. He strove in vain to get capital interested and a company formed to manufacture his engines. The age of fear and speculation as to steam ceased when the Marquis set his engine to pumping water, and from that time inventors went on to put the arm of steam to work. In 1683, Sir Samuel Morland commenced the construction of the Worcester engines for use and sale. Hautefeuille of France taught the use of gas, described how gas as well as steam engines might be constructed, and was the first to propose the use of the piston. The learned writings of the great Dutch scientist and inventor Huygens on heat and light steam and gas also then came forth, and his assistant, the French physicist and doctor Denis Papin, in 1690 proposed steam as a universal motive power, invented a steam engine having a piston and a safety valve, and even a crude paddle steamer, which it is said was tried in 1707 on the river Fulda. Then in 1698 came Thomas Savery, who patented a steam engine that was used in draining mines. The 18th century thus commenced with a practical knowledge of the power of steam and of means for controlling and working it. Then followed the combined invention of Newcomen, Cawley, and Savery in 1705 of the most successful pumping engine up to that time. In this engine a cylinder was employed for receiving the steam from a separate boiler. There was a piston in the cylinder driven up by the steam emitted below it, aided by a counterpoise at one end of an engine beam. The steam was then cut off from the boiler and condensed by the introduction beneath the piston of a jet of water, and the condensed steam and water drawn off by a pipe. Atmospheric pressure forced the piston down. The piston and pump rods were connected to the opposite ends of a working beam of a pumping engine, as in some modern engines. Gauge cocks to indicate the height of water and a safety valve to regulate the pressure of steam were employed. Then came the ingenious improvement of the boy Humphrey Potter, connecting the valve gear with the engine beam by cords, so as to do automatically what he was set to do by hand, and the improvement on that of the Bayton plug rod. Still further improved by others, the Newcomen engine came into use throughout Europe. Jonathan Halls patented in England in 1736 a marine steam engine, and in 1737 published a description of a Newcomen engine applied to his system for towing ships. William Henry of Pennsylvania tried a model steamboat on the Conestoga River in 1763. This was practically the state of the art in 1763 when James Watt entered the field. His brilliant inventions harnessed steam to more than pumping engines, made it a universal servant in manifold industries, and started it on a career which has revolutionized the trade and manufactures of the world. To understand what the 19th century has done in steam motive power, we must first know what Watt did in the 18th century, as he then laid the foundation on which later inventions have all been built. Taking up the crude but successful working engine of Newcomen, a model of which had been sent to him for repairs, he began an exhaustive study of the properties of steam and of the means for producing and controlling it. He found it necessary to devise a new system. Watt saw that the alternate heating and cooling of the cylinder made the engine work slowly and caused an excessive consumption of steam. He concluded that the cylinder should always be as hot as the steam that entered it. He therefore closed the cylinder and provided a separate condensing vessel into which the steam was led after it raised the piston. He provided an airtight jacket for the cylinder to maintain its heat. He added a tight packing in the cylinder head for the piston rod to move through, and a steam-tight stuffing box on the top of the cylinder. He caused the steam to alternately enter below and above the piston and be alternately condensed to drive the piston down as well as up, and this made the engine double-acting, increasing its power and speed. He converted the reciprocating motion of the piston into a rotary motion by the adoption of the crank, and introduced the well-known parallel motion and many other improvements. In short, he demonstrated for the first time by a practical and efficient engine that the expansive force of steam could be used to drive all ordinary machinery. He then secured his inventions by patents against piracy, and sustained them successfully in many a hard-fought battle. It had taken him the last quarter of the 18th century to do all these things. Watt was the proper precursor of the 19th century inventions, as in him were combined the power and attainments of a great scientist and the genius of a great mechanic. The last 18 years of his life were passed in the 19th century, and he was thus enabled to see his inventions brought within its threshold and applied to those arts which have made this age so glorious in mechanical achievements. Watt so fitly represents the class of modern great inventors in his character and attainments that the description of him by Sir Walter Scott is here pertinent as a tribute to that class and as a delineation of the general character of those benefactors of his race of which he was so conspicuous an example. Says Sir Walter, "Amidst this company stood Mr. Watt, the man whose genius discovered the means of multiplying our national resources to a degree, perhaps, even beyond his own stupendous powers of calculation and combination, bringing the treasures of the abyss to the summit of the earth, giving to the feeble arm of man the momentum of an Afrit, commanding manufactures to rise, affording means of dispensing with that time and tide which wait for no man, and of sailing without that wind which defied the commands and threats of Xerxes himself. This potent commander of the elements, this abridger of time and space, this magician whose cloudy machinery has produced a change in the world, the effects of which, extraordinary as they are perhaps only beginning to be felt, was not only the most profound man of science, the most successful combiner of powers and calculator of numbers as adapted to practical purposes, was not only one of the most generally well-informed, but one of the best and kindest of human beings. The first practical application of steam as a working force was to pumping, as has been stated. After Watt's system was devised, suggestions and experiments as to road locomotives and carriages were made, and other applications came thick and fast. A French officer, Cugnot, in 1769 and 1770 was the first to try the road carriage engine. Other prominent Frenchmen made encouraging experiments on small steamboats, followed in 1784 to 86 by James Rumsey and John Fitch in America in the same line. Watt patented a road engine in 1784. About the same time, his assistant Murdoch completed and tried a model locomotive driven by a grasshopper engine. Oliver Evans, the great American contemporary of Watt, had in 1779 devised a high-pressure non-condensing steam engine in a form still used. In 1786-7, he obtained in Pennsylvania and Maryland patents for applying steam to driving flour mills and propelling wagons. Also about this time, Symington, the Scotchman, constructed a working model of a steam carriage, which is still preserved in the museum at South Kensington, London. Symington and his fellow Scotchmen, Miller and Taylor, in 1788-89 also constructed working steamboats. In 1796, Richard Trevithick, a Cornish marine captain, was producing a road locomotive. The century thus opened with activity in steam motive power. The scantlings of the Marquis of Worcester were now being converted into complete structures. And so great was the activity and the number of inventors that he is a daring man who would now decide priority between them. The earliest applications in this century of steam power were in the line of road engines. On Christmas Eve of 1801, Trevithick made the initial trip with the first successful steam road locomotive through the streets of Camborne in Cornwall, carrying passengers. In one of the trips, he passed into the country roads and came to a toll gate through which a frightened keeper hastily passed him without toll, hailing him as the devil. Persistent efforts continued to be made to introduce a practical steam road locomotive in England until 1827. After Trevithick followed Blenkinsop, who made a locomotive which ran 10 miles an hour. Then came Julius Griffith in 1821 of Brompton, who patented a steam carriage which was built by Joseph Bramah, one of the ablest mechanics of his time. Gordon, Brunton, and Gurney attempted a curious and amusing steam carriage resembling a horse in action, having jointed legs and feet, but this animal was not successful. Walter Hancock in 1827 was one of the most persistent and successful inventors in this line, but bad roads and an unsympathetic public discouraged inventors in their efforts to introduce steam road carriages, and their attention was turned to the locomotive to run on rails or tracks especially prepared for them. Wooden and iron rails had been introduced a century before for heavy cars and wagons in pulling loads from mines and elsewhere, but when at the beginning of the century it had been found that the engines of Watt could be used to drag such loads, it was deemed necessary to make a rail having its top surface roughened with ridges and the wheels of the engine and cars provided with teeth or cogs to prevent anticipated slipping. In England, Blackett and George Stephenson discovered that the adhesion of smooth wheels to smooth rails was sufficient, without overlooking the fact that William Henley built and operated a locomotive called the Puffing Billy in 1803, and Hackworth one a little later. Yet to the genius of Stephenson is due chiefly the successful introduction of the modern locomotive. His labors and inventions continued from 1812 for 20 years, and culminated at two great trials, the first one on the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1829, when he competed with Hackworth and Braithwaite and Ericsson, and with the Rocket won the race, and the second at the opening of the same road in 1830, when with the Northumbrian, at the head of 7 other locomotives and a long train of 28 carriages, in which were seated 600 passengers, he ran the train successfully between the 2 towns. On this occasion, Mr. Huskisson, Home Secretary in the British Cabinet, while the cars were stopping to water the engines, and he was out on the track talking with the Duke of Wellington, was knocked down by one of the engines and had one of his legs crushed. Placed on board of the Northumbrian, it was driven at the rate of 36 miles an hour by Stevenson to Eccles. Mr. Huskisson died there that night. This was its first victim, and the greatest speed yet attained by a locomotive. The year 1829, therefore, can be regarded as the commencement of the life of the locomotive for transportation of passengers. The steam blast thrown into the smokestack by Hackworth, the tubular boiler of Seguin, and the link motion of Stephenson were then, as they now are, the essential features of locomotives. In the meantime, America had not been idle. The James Watt of America, Oliver Evans, in 1804 completed a flat-bottomed boat to be used in dredging at the Philadelphia docks, and, mounting it on wheels, drove it by its own steam engine through the streets to the river bank. Launching the craft, he propelled it down the river by using the same steam engine to drive the paddle wheels. He gave to this engine the strange name of Eructor amphibolus. John C. Stevens of New Jersey was in 1812 urging the legislature of the state of New York to build railways, and asserting that he could see nothing to hinder a steam carriage from moving with a velocity of 100 miles an hour. In 1829, George Stephenson in England had made for American parties a locomotive called the Stourbridge Lion, which in that year was brought to America and used on the Delaware and Hudson R.R. by Horatio Allen. Peter Cooper in the same year constructed a locomotive for short curves for the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Returning now to steam navigation, Symington again entered the field in 1801-2 and constructed for Lord Dundas a steamboat named after his wife, the Charlotte Dundas, for towing on a canal, which was successfully operated. Robert Fulton, an American artist and subsequently a civil engineer, built a steamboat on the Seine in 1803, assisted by R. Livingston, then American minister to France. Then in 1806, Fulton, having returned to the United States, commenced to build another steamboat, in which he was again assisted by Livingston, and in which he placed machinery made by Boulton and Watt in England. This steamboat, named the Clermont, was 130 feet long, 18 feet beam, 7 feet depth, and 160 tons burden. It made its first trip on the Hudson from New York to Albany and returned in August 1807, and subsequently made regular trips. It was the first commercially successful steamboat ever made, as George Stephenson's was the first commercially successful locomotive. In the meantime, Colonel John Stevens of New Jersey was also at work on a steamboat, and had in 1804 built such a boat at his shops, having a screw propeller and a flue boiler. Almost simultaneously with Fulton, he brought out the Phoenix, a side-wheel steamer having hollow water lines and provided with feathering paddle wheels. And as Fulton and Livingston had a monopoly of the Hudson, Stevens took his boat by sea from New York around to Delaware Bay and up the Delaware River. This was in 1808 and was the first sea voyage ever made by a steam vessel. Transatlantic steamship navigation was started in 1819. A Mr. Scarborough of Savannah, Georgia, in 1818 purchased a ship of about 350 tons burden, which was named the Savannah. Equipped with engine and machinery, it steamed out of New York Harbor on the 27th of March, 1819, and successfully reached Savannah, Georgia. On the 20th of May in the same year, she left Savannah for Liverpool, making the trip in 22 days. From Liverpool, she went to Copenhagen, Stockholm, St. Petersburg, Kronstadt, and Arundel, and from the latter port returned to Savannah, making the passage in 25 days. But Scottish waters and the waters around other coasts of the British Islands had been traversed by steamboats before this celebrated trip of the Savannah. Bell's steamboat between Glasgow and Greenock in 1812 was followed by 5 others in 1814, and 7 steamboats plied on the Thames in 1817. So the locomotives and the steamboats and steamships continued to multiply, and when the first 40 years of the century had been reached, the iron horse was fairly installed on the fields of Europe and America, and the rivers and the oceans were plowed by its sisters, the steam vessels. It was in 1840 that the famous Cunard line of transatlantic steamers was established, soon followed by the Collins line and others. A few years before, John C. Stevens in America and John Ericsson in England had brought forward the screw propeller, and Ericsson was the first to couple the engine to the propeller shaft. It succeeded the successful paddle wheels of Fulton in America and Bell in England. The 19th century is the age of kinetic energy, the energy of either solid, liquid, gaseous, or electrical matter transformed into useful work. It has been stated by that eminent specialist in steam engineering, Professor R. H. Thurston, that the steam engine is a machine which is especially designed to transform energy originally dormant or potential into active and useful available kinetic energy, and that the great problem in this branch of science is to construct a machine which shall in the most perfect manner possible convert the kinetic energy of heat into mechanical power, the heat being derived from the combustion of fuel, and steam being the receiver and conveyor of that heat. Watt and his contemporaries regarded heat as a material substance called phlogiston. The modern kinetic theory of heat was a subsequent discovery, as elsewhere explained. The inventors of the last part of the 18th century and of the 19th century have directed their best labors to construct an engine as above defined by Thurston. First, as to the boiler, efforts were made first to get away from the little old spherical boiler of Hero. In the 18th century, Smeaton devised the horizontal lengthened cylindrical boiler traversed by a flue. Oliver Evans followed with 2 longitudinal flues. Nathan Reed of Salem, Massachusetts, in 1791 invented a tubular boiler in which the flues and gases are conducted through tubes passing through the boiler into the smokestack. Such boilers are adapted for portable stationary engines, locomotives, fire and marine engines, and the fire is built within the boiler frame. Then in the 19th century came the use of sectional boilers, a combination of small vessels instead of a large common one, increasing the strength while diminishing capacity to obtain high pressure of steam. Then came improved weighted and other safety valves to regulate and control this pressure. The compound or double-cylinder high-pressure engine of Hornblower of England in 1781 and the high-pressure non-condensing steam engine devised by Evans in 1779 were reconstructed and improved in the early part of the century. To give perfect motion and the slightest friction to the piston, to regulate the supply of steam to the engine by proper valves, to determine such supply by many varieties of governors and thus control the speed, to devise valve gear which distributes the steam through its cycles of motion, by which to admit the steam alternately to each end of the steam cylinder as the piston moves backward and forward, and exhaust valves to open and close the parts through which the steam escapes, to automatically operate such valves, to condense the escaping steam and to remove the water of condensation, to devise powerful steam brakes. These are some of the important details on which inventors have exercised their keenest wits. Then again, the extensive inventions of the century have given rise to a great classification to designate their forms or their uses, condensing and non-condensing, high pressure or low pressure, the former term being applied to engines supplied with steam of 50 pounds pressure to the square inch and upward, and the latter to engines working under 40 pounds pressure. And the low pressure are nearly always the condensing, and the high pressure the non-condensing, reciprocating and rotary, the latter having a piston attached to a shaft and revolving within a cylinder of which the axis is parallel with the axis of the rotation of the piston. Direct acting, where the piston rod acts directly upon the connecting rod and through it upon the crank, without the interruption of a beam or lever, oscillating, in which the piston rods are attached directly to the crank pin, and as the crank revolves, the cylinder oscillates upon trunnions, one on each side of it, through which the steam enters and leaves the steam chest. Then, as to their use, engines are known as stationary, pumping, portable, locomotive, or marine. The best known engine of the stationary kind is the Corliss, which is very extensively used in the United States and Europe. Among other later improvements is the duplex pumping engine, in which one engine controls the valve of the other, compensating devices for steam pumping, by which power is accumulated by making the first half of the stroke of the steam piston assist in moving the piston the other half of the stroke during the expansion of steam. Steam or air hand hammers, on which the piston is the hammer and strikes a tool projecting through the head into the cylinder. Rock drilling, in which the movement of the valves is operated by the piston at any portion of its stroke. Shaft governors, in which the eccentric for operating the engine valves is moved around or across the main or auxiliary shaft. Multiple cylinders, in which several cylinders, either single or double, are arranged to cooperate with a common shaft. Impact rotary, known as steam turbines, a revival in some aspects of Hero's engine. And then finally, the delicate and ingenious bicycle and automobile steam engines. Then there are the steam sanding devices for locomotives, by which sand is automatically fed to the rails at the same time the air brake is applied. Starting valves used for starting compound locomotives on ascending steep grades, in which both low and high pressure cylinders are supplied with live steam, and when the steam exhausted from either high or low pressure cylinders into the receivers has reached a predetermined pressure, the engine works on the compound principle. single-acting compound engines in which 2 or more cylinders are arranged tandem, the steam acting only in one direction, and the exhaust steam of one acting upon the piston in the cylinder next of the series, are arranged in pairs, so that while one is acting downward, the other is acting upward. Throttle valves automatically closed upon the bursting of a pipe or the braking of machinery are operated by electricity automatically or by hand at a distance. Napoleon, upon his disastrous retreat from Moscow, anxious to reach Paris as soon as possible, left his army on the way, provided himself with a traveling and sleeping carriage, and with relays of fresh horses at different points, managed by extraordinary strenuous efforts day and night to travel from Smorgoni to Paris, a distance of 1,000 miles, between the 5th and 10th of December 1812. This was at the average rate of about 200 miles a day, or 8 or 9 miles an hour. It was the most remarkable ride for any age by horse conveyance. Within the span of a man's life after that event, anyone could take a trip of that distance in 24 hours, with great ease and comfort, eating and sleeping on the car, and with convenient telegraph and telephone stations along the route by which to communicate by pen or word of mouth with distant friends at either end of the journey. If Napoleon deemed it best to have continued his journey across the Atlantic to America, he would have been compelled to pass several weeks on an uncomfortable sailing vessel. Now a floating palace would await him, which would carry him across in less than 6 days. Should mankind be seized with a sudden desire to replace all the locomotives in the world by horsepower, it would be utterly impossible to do it. It was recently estimated that there were 150,000 locomotives in use on the railroads of the world, and as a fair average would give them 500 horsepower each, it will be seen that they are the equivalent of 75 million horses. Space and time will not admit of minute descriptions, or hardly a mention of the most innumerable improvements of the century in steam. Having seen the principles on which these inventions have been constructed, enumerated the leading ones, and glanced at the most prominent facts in their history, we must refer the seeker for more particulars to those publications of modern patent offices in which each regiment and company of this vast army is embalmed in its own especial and ponderous volume. A survey of the field will call to mind, however, the eloquent words of Daniel Webster. And last of all, with inimitable power and with a whirlwind sound comes the potent agency of steam. In comparison with the past, what centuries of improvement has the single agent compressed in the short compass of 50 years? Everywhere practicable, everywhere efficient, it has an arm 1,000 times stronger than that of Hercules, and to which human ingenuity is capable of fitting 1,000 times as many hands as belong to Briareus. Steam is found triumphant in operation on the seas, and under the influence of its strong propulsion the gallant ship, against the wind, against the tide, still steadies with an upright keel. It is on the rivers, and the boatman may repose upon his oars. It is on highways, and exerts itself along the courses of land conveyances. It is at the bottom of mines, 1,000 feet below the earth's surface. It is in the mills and in the workshops of the trades. It rows, it pumps, it excavates, it carries, it draws, it lifts, it hammers, it spins, it weaves, it prints. It seems to say to men, at least to the class of artisans, leave off your manual labor, give up your bodily toil, bestow but your skill and reason to the directing of my power, and I will bear the toil, with no muscle to grow weary, no nerve to relax, no breast to feel faintness. What further improvements may still be made in the use of this astonishing power, it is impossible to know, and it were vain to conjecture. What we do know is that it has most essentially altered the face of affairs, and that no visible limit yet appears beyond which its progress is seen to be impossible. End of section 7. Section 8 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Engineering and Transportation. The field of service of a civil engineer has thus been eloquently stated by a recent writer in Chambers' Journal. His duties call upon him to devise the means for surmounting obstacles of the most formidable kind. He has to work in the water, over the water, and under the water, to cause streams to flow, to check them from overflowing, to raise water to a great height, to build docks and walls that will bear the dashing of waves, to convert dry land into harbors and low-water shores into dry land, to construct lighthouses on lonely rocks, to build lofty aqueducts for the conveyance of water and viaducts for the conveyance of railway trains, to burrow into the bowels of the earth with tunnels, shafts, pits, and mines, to span torrents and ravines with bridges, to construct chimneys that rival the loftiest spires and pyramids in height, to climb mountains with roads and railways, to sink wells to vast depths in search of water, by untiring patience, skill, energy, and invention, he produces in these several ways works which certainly rank among the marvels of human power. The pyramids of Egypt, the roads, bridges, and aqueducts built by the Chinese and by Rome, the great bridges of the Middle Ages, and especially those built by that strange fraternal order known as the Brothers of the Bridge, the ocean-defying lighthouses of a later period, these, and more than these, attest the fact that there were great engineers before the 19th century. But the engineering of today is the handmaid of all the sciences, and as they have advanced during the century beyond all that was imagined or dreamed of as possible in former times, so have the labors of engineering correspondingly multiplied. No longer are such labors classified and grouped in one field called civil engineering, but they have been necessarily divided into great additional new and independent fields, known as steam engineering, mining engineering, hydraulic engineering, electrical engineering, and marine engineering. Within each of these fields are assembled innumerable appliances which are the offspring of the inventive genius of the century just closed. We have seen how one discovery or the development of a certain art brings in its train and often necessitates other inventions and discoveries. the development and dedication of the steam engine to the transportation of goods and men called for improvements in the roads and rails on which the engine and its load were to travel, and this demand brought forth those modern railway bridges which are the finest examples in the art of bridge-making that the world has ever seen. The greatest bridges of former ages were built of stone and solid masonry. Now iron and steel have been substituted, and these light but substantial frameworks span wide rivers and deep ravines with almost the same speed and gracefulness that the spider spins his silken web from limb to limb. These, too, waited for their construction on that next turn in the wheel of evolution which brought better processes in the making of iron and steel, and better tools and appliances for working metals and in handling vast and heavy bodies. The first arched iron bridge was over the Severn at Coalbrookdale, England, erected by Abraham Darby in 1777. In 1793 one was erected by Telford at Buildwas, and in the same year Burton completed an arch across the weir at Sunderland. The most prominent classes of bridges, in which the highest inventive and constructive genius of the engineers of the century are illustrated, are known as the suspension, the tubular and the tubular arch, the truss, and cantilever. Suspension bridges consisting of twisted vines, of iron chains, or of bamboo, or cane, or of ropes, have been known in different parts of the world from time immemorial, but they bear only a primitive and suggestive resemblance to the great iron cable bridges of the 19th century. The first notable structures of this kind were constructed by Sir Samuel Brown across the Tweed at Berwick, England, in 1819. Brown was born in London in 1776 and died in 1852. He entered the Navy at the age of 18, was made commander in 1811, and retired as captain in 1842. We have alluded to the spider's web, and Smiles, in his Self-Help, relates as an example of intelligent observation that while Captain Brown was occupied in studying the character of bridges with the view of constructing one of a cheap description to be thrown across the Tweed near which he lived, he was walking in his garden one dewy autumn morning when he saw a tiny spider's web suspended across his path. The idea immediately occurred to him of a bridge of iron wires. In 1829, Brown also was the engineer for suspension bridges built over the Esk at Montrose and over the Thames at Hammersmith. Before that time, a span in a bridge of 100 feet was considered remarkably long. Suspension bridges are best adapted for long spans and have been constructed with spans more than twice as long as any other form. Sir Samuel Brown's bridge had a span of 449 feet. This class of bridges is usually constructed with chains or cables passing over towers, with the roadway suspended beneath. The ends of the chains or cables are securely anchored. The cables are then passed over towers, on which they are supported in movable saddles, so that the towers are not overthrown by the strain on the cables. Nice calculations have to be made as to the tension to be placed on the cables, the allowance for deflection, and the equal distribution of weight. The floorway in the earlier bridges of this type was supported by means of a series equidistant vertical rods, and was lacking stiffness, but this was remedied by trussing the roadbed using inclined stays extending from the towers and partially supporting the roadway for some distance out from the tower. The next finest suspension bridge was constructed by Thomas Telford and finished in 1826 across the Menai Strait to connect the island of Anglesey with the mainland of Wales. Telford was born in Dumfriesshire, Scotland in 1757 and died in Westminster in 1834. Beginning life as a stonemason, he rose by his own industry to be a master among architects and a prince among builders of iron bridges, aqueducts, canals, tunnels, harbors, and docks. The Menai Bridge was composed of chains or wire ropes, each nearly a third of a mile in length, and which descended 60 feet into sloping pits or drifts, where they were screwed to cast iron frames embedded in the rocks. The span of the suspended central arch was 560 feet, and the platform was 100 feet above high water. 7 stone arches of 52.5 feet span make up the rest of the bridge. But a suspension bridge was completed in 1834 by Monsieur Chailly of Lyon over the Saône at Freiburg, Switzerland, which greatly surpassed the Menai Bridge. The span is 880 feet from pier to pier, and the roadway is 167 feet above the river. It is supported by 4 iron wire cables, each consisting of 1,056 wires. It was tested by placing 15 pieces of artillery drawn by 50 horses and accompanied by 300 men crowded together as closely as possible, first at the center and then at each extreme, causing a depression of 39.5 inches, but no sensible oscillation was experienced. Isambard K. Brunel was another great engineer who constructed a suspension bridge over the Isle of Bourbon in 1823 and the Charing Cross over the Thames at Hungerford in 1845, which was a footbridge having a span of 675 feet, the longest span of any bridge in England. Then followed finer and larger suspension bridges in other parts of the world. It was across the Niagara in front of the Great Falls that in 1855 British America and the United States were joined by a magnificent suspension bridge, one of the finest in the world, and the 2 English-speaking countries were then physically and commercially united. At the opening of the bridge, one portion of which was for a railway, the shriek of the locomotive and the roar of the train mingled with the roar of the wild torrent 250 feet below. The bridge, 800 feet long, is a single span, supported by 4 enormous cables of wire stretching from the Canadian cliff to the opposite United States cliff. The cables pass over the tops of lofty stone towers arising from these cliffs, and each cable consists of no less than 4,000 distinct wires. The roadway hangs from these cables, suspended by 624 vertical rods. The engineer of this bridge was John A. Roebling, a native of Prussia, born there in 1806 and who died in New York in 1869. He was educated at the Polytechnic School in Berlin and emigrated to America at the age of 25. His labors were first as a canal and railway engineer. Then he became the inventor and manufacturer of a new form of wire rope, and then turned his attention to the construction of aqueducts and suspension bridges. After the Niagara Bridge, above described, he commenced another bridge of greater dimensions over the same river, which was finished within 2 or 3 years. His next work was the splendid suspension bridge at Cincinnati, Ohio, which has a clear span of 1,057 feet. In 1869, in connection with his son Washington A. Roebling, he commenced that magnificent suspension bridge to unite the great cities of New York and Brooklyn, and which, by its completion, resulted in the consolidation of those cities as Greater New York. The Roeblings, father and son, were to the engineering of America what George Stephenson and his son Robert were to the locomotive and railway and bridge engineering of Great Britain. The Brooklyn Bridge, also known as the East River Bridge, was formally opened to the public on the 24th of May, 1883. Most enormous and unexpected technical difficulties were met and overcome in its construction. Its total length is nearly 6,000 feet. The length of the suspended structure from anchorage to anchorage is 3,454 feet. A statement of the general features of this bridge indicates the nature of the construction of such bridges as a class and distinguishes them from the comparatively simple forms of past ages. This structure is supported by 2 enormous towers having a height of 276 feet above the surface of the water, carrying at their tops the saddles which support the cables, and having a span between them of 1,595 feet. The towers are each pierced by 2 archways, 31.5 feet wide and 120.5 feet high, through which openings passes the floor of the bridge at the height of 118 feet above high water mark. There are 4 supporting cables, each 16 inches in diameter, and each composed of about 5,000 single wires. The wire is 1/8 size. 278 single wires are grouped into a rope, and 19 ropes bunched to form a cable. The iron saddles at the top of the lofty towers, and on which the cables rest, are made movable to permit its expansion and compression, and they glide through minute distances on iron rollers in saddle plates embedded and anchored in the towers in response to strains and changes of temperature. The enormous cables pass from the towers shoreward to their anchorages 930 feet away, and which are solid masses of masonry, each 132 by 119 feet at base and top, 89 feet high, and weighing 60,000 tons. The bridge is divided into 5 avenues, one central one for foot passengers, 2 outer ones for vehicles, and the others for street cars. The cost of the bridge was nearly $15 million. 20 fatal and many disabling accidents occurred during the construction of the bridge. The great engineer Roebling was the first victim to an accident. He had his foot crushed while laying the foundation of one of the stone piers and died of lockjaw. It was necessary to build up the great piers by the aid of caissons, which are watertight casings built of timber and metal and sunk to the riverbed and sometimes far below it, within which are built the foundations of piers or towers, and into which air is pumped for the workmen. A fire in one of the caissons, which necessitated its flooding by water, and to which the son, Washington Roebling, was exposed, resulted in prostrating him with a peculiar form of caisson disease, which destroyed the nerves of motion without impairing his intellectual faculties. But although disabled from active work, Mr. Roebling continued to superintend the vast project through the constant mediation of his wife. Tubular bridges. These are bridges formed by a great tube or hollow beam through the center of which a roadway or railway passes. The name would indicate that the bridge is cylindrical in form, and this was the first idea. But it was concluded after experiment that a rectangular form was the best, as it is more rigid than either a cylindrical or elliptical tube. The adoption of this form was due to Fairbairn, the celebrated English inventor and engineer of iron structures. The Menai tubular railway bridge, adjacent to the suspension bridge of Telford across the same strait, and already described, was the first example of this type of bridge. Robert Stephenson was the engineer of this great structure, aided by the suggestions of Fairbairn and other eminent engineers. This bridge was opened for railway traffic in March 1850. It was built on 3 towers and shore abutments. The width of the strait is divided by these towers into 4 spans, 2 of 460 feet each, and 2 of 230 feet. In appearance, the bridge looked like one huge, long, narrow iron box, but it consisted really of 4 bridges, each made of a pair of rectangular tubes, and through one set of tubes the trains passed in going in one direction, and through the other set in going the opposite direction. These ponderous tubes were composed of wrought iron plates from 3/8 to 3/4 of an inch thick, the largest 12 feet in length, riveted together and stiffened by angle irons. They varied in height, the central ones being the highest and those nearest the shore the lowest. The central ones are 30 feet high, and the inner ones about 22 feet. Their width was about 14 feet. They were built upon platforms on the Carnarvon shore, and the great problem was how to lift them and put them in place, especially the central ones, which were 460 feet in length. Each tube weighed 1,800 pounds, and they were to be raised 192 feet. This operation has been described as the grandest lift ever effected in engineering. It was accomplished by means of powerful hydraulic presses. Another and still grander example of this style of bridge is the Victoria at Montreal, Canada. This also was designed by Robert Stephenson and built under his direction by James Hodges of Montreal. Work was commenced in 1854, and it was completed in December 1859 and opened for travel in 1860. It consists of 24 piers, 242 feet apart, except the center one, from which the span is 330 feet. The tube is in sections and quadrangular in form. Every plate and piece of iron was made and punched in England and brought across the Atlantic. In Canada, little remained to be done but to put the parts together and in position. This, however, was in itself a Herculean task. The enormous structure was to be placed 60 feet above the swift current of the broad St. Lawrence, and wherein huge masses of ice, each block from 3 to 5 feet in thickness, accumulated every winter. The work was accomplished by the erection of a vast rigid stage of timber on which the tubes were built up plate by plate. When all was completed, the great staging was removed, and the mighty tube rested alone and secure upon its massive wedge-faced piers rising from the bedrock of the flood below. The tubular arch bridge. This differs from the tubular bridge proper in that the former consists of a bridge, the body of which is supported by a tubular archway of iron and steel, whereas in the latter the body of the bridge itself is a tube. The tubular arch is also properly classed as a girder bridge because the great tube which covers the span is simply an immense beam or girder which supports the superstructure on which the floor of the bridge is laid. A fine illustration of this style of bridge is seen in what is known as the Aqueduct Bridge over Rock Creek at Washington, D.C., in which the arch consists of two cast-iron jointed pipes supporting a double carriage and a double streetcar way, and through which pipes all the water for the supply of the city of Washington passes. General M.C. Meigs was the engineer. Another far grander illustration of such a structure in combination with the truss system is that of the Illinois and St. Louis Bridge across the Mississippi, of which Captain James B. Eads was the engineer. There are 3 great spans, the central one of which has a length of about 520 feet, and the others a few feet less. 4 arches form each span, each arch consisting of an upper and lower curved member or rib, extending from pier to pier, and each member composed of 2 parallel steel tubes. Truss and truss-arched bridges. These, for the most part, are those quite modern forms of iron or wooden bridges in which a supplementary framework consisting of iron rods placed obliquely, vertically, or diagonally, and cemented together, and with the main horizontal beams either above or below the same, to produce a stiff and rigid structure calculated to resist strain from all directions. Previous to the 19th century, the greatest bridges being constructed mostly of solid masonry piers and arches, no demand for a bridge of this kind existed. But after the use of wrought iron and steel became extensive in bridge making, and as these apparently light and airy frames may be extended piece by piece across the widest rivers, straits, and arms of the sea, a substitute for the great, expensive, and frequent supporting piers became a want, and was supplied by the system of trusses and truss arches. The truss system has also been applied to the construction of vast modern bridges in places where timber is accessible and cheap. Each different system invented bears the name of its inventor. Thus we have the Ryder, the Fink, the Bowman, the Whipple, the Howe, the Jones, the Linville, the McCallum, Towns lattice, and other systems. What is called the cantilever system has of late years to a great extent superseded the suspension construction. These consist of beams or girders extending out from the opposite piers at an upward diagonal angle and meeting at the center over the span, and they're solidly connected together or to horizontal girders, in such manner that the compression load is thrown onto the supporting piers, upward strains received at the center, and side deflections provided against. It is supposed that greater rigidity is obtained by this means than by the suspension, and, like the suspension, great widths may be spanned without an under-supporting framework. 2 fine examples of this type are found, one in a bridge across the Niagara adjacent to the suspension bridge above described, and one across the River Forth at Queensferry in Scotland. The Niagara Bridge is a combination of cast steel and iron. It was designed by C.C. Schneider and Edmund Hayes. It was built for a double-track railroad. The total length of the bridge is 910 feet between the centers of the anchorage piers. The cantilevers rest on two giant steel towers standing on massive stone piers 39 feet high. The clear span between the two towers is 470 feet, and the height of the bridge from the mad rush of waters to the car track is 239 feet. Messrs. Fowler and Baker were the engineers of the Fourth Railway Bridge. It was begun in 1883 and finished in 1890. It is built nearly all of steel and is one of the most stupendous works of the kind. It crosses two channels formed by the island of Inchgarvie, and each of the channel spans is 1,710 feet in the clear and a clear headway of 150 feet under the bridge. 3 balanced cantilevers are employed, poised on 4 gigantic steel tube legs supported on 4 huge masonry piers. The height of the bridge above the piers is 330 feet. The cantilever portion has the appearance of a vast elongated diamond. Steel lattice work of girders forms the upper side of the cantilever, while the underside consists of a hollow curve approaching in form a quadrant of a circle drawn from the base of the legs or struts to the ends of the cantilever. Such is the growth of these great bridges, with their tremendous spans across which man is spinning his iron webs, that when seen at night with a fiery engine pulling its thundering train across in the darkness, one is reminded of Milton's description over the dark abyss whose boiling gulf tamely endured a bridge of wondrous length from hell continued, reaching the utmost orb of this frail world. The lighthouses of this century in masonry do not greatly exceed in general principles those of preceding ones, as at Eddystone, designed by Smeaton. Nicholas Douglas, however, invented a new system of dovetailing, and great improvements have been made in the system of illuminating. Lighthouses are also distinguished from those of preceding centuries by the substitution of iron and cast steel for masonry. The first cast iron lighthouse was put up at Point Morant, Jamaica, in 1842. Since then, they have taken the form of iron skeleton towers. One of the latest and most picturesque of lighthouses is that of Bartholdi's Statue of Liberty enlightening the world, the gift of the French government to the United States, framed by Monsieur Eiffel, the great French engineer, and set up by the United States at Bedloe's Island in New York Harbor. It consists of copper plates on a network of iron. Although the statue is larger than any in the world of such composite construction, its success as a lighthouse is not as notable as many farther seaward. In excavating, dredging, and draining, the inventions of the century have been very numerous, but, like numerous advances in the arts, such inventions, so far as great works are concerned, have developed from and are closely related to steam engineering. The making of roads, railroads, canals, and tunnels has called forth thousands of ingenious mechanisms for their accomplishment. A half-dozen men with a steam-power excavator or dredger can in one day perform a greater extent of work than could 1,000 men and 1,000 horses in a single day a few generations ago. An excavating machine consisting of steel knives to cut the earth, iron scoops, buckets and dippers to scoop it up, endless chains or cranes to lift them, actuated by steam and operated by a single engineer, will excavate cubic yards of earth by the minute and at a cost of but a few dollars a day. Dredging machines of a great variety have been constructed, drags and scoops for elevating, and buckets, scrapers, and shovels and rotating knives to first loosen the earth, suction pumps and pipes, which will suck great quantities of the loosened earth through pipes to places to be filled. These and kindred devices are now constantly employed to dig and excavate, to deepen and widen rivers, to drain lands, to dig canals, to make harbors, to fill up the waste places, and to make courses for water in desert lands. Inventions for the excavating of clay, piling and burning it in a crude state for ballast for railways are important, especially for those railways which traverse areas where clay is plentiful and stones and gravel are lacking. Sinking shafts through quicksands by artificially freezing the sand so as to form a firm frozen wall immediately around the area where the shaft is to be sunk is a recent new idea. Modern countries especially are waking up to the necessity of good roads, not only as a necessary means of transportation, but as a prerequisite to decent civilization in all respects. And therefore great activity has been had in the last third of a century in invention of machines for finishing and repairing roads. In the matter of sewer construction, regarded now so necessary in all civilized cities and thickly settled communities as one of the means of proper sanitation, great improvements have been made in deep sewerage, in which the work is largely performed below the surface and with little obstruction to street traffic. In connection with excavating and dredging machines, mention should be made of those great works in the construction of which they bore such important parts as drainage and land reclamation, such as seen in the modern extensions of land reclamation in Holland, in the Haarlem Lake District in the north part of England, the swamps of Florida, and the drainage of the London District, in modern tunnels such as the Hoosac in America and the three great ones through the Alps, the Mont Cenis, Saint-Gothard, and Alberg, the work in which developed an entirely new system of engineering by the application of newly discovered explosives for blasting, new rock drilling machinery, new air compressing machines for driving the drill machines and ventilating the works, and new hydraulic and pumping machinery for sinking shafts and pumping out the water. The great canals, especially the Suez, developed a new system of canal engineering. Thus, by modern inventions of devices for digging and blasting, dredging and draining and attendant operations, some of the greatest works of man on earth have been produced and evinced the exercise of his inventive genius. If one wishes an ocular demonstration of the wonders wrought in the 19th century in the several domains of engineering, let him take a Pullman train across the continent from New York to San Francisco. The distance is 3,000 miles and the time is 4 days and 4 nights. The car in which the passenger finds himself is a marvel of woodwork and upholstery, a description of the machinery and processes for producing which belongs to other arts. The railroad tracks upon which the vehicle moves are in themselves the results of many inventions. There is the width of the track, and it was only after a long and expensive contest that countries and corporations settled upon a uniform gauge. The common gauge of the leading countries and roads is now 4 feet 8½ inches. A greater width is known as a broad gauge, a less width as a narrow gauge. Then, as to the rail, first the wooden, then the iron, and now the steel, and all of many shapes and weights. The T-rail, invented by Birkinshaw in 1820, having 2 flanges at the top to form a wide berth for the wheels of the rolling stock, The vertical portion gripped by chairs which are spiked to the ties is the best known. Then the frogs, a V-shaped device by which the wheels are guided from one line of rails to another when they form angles with each other. The cart wheels made with a flange or flanges to fit the rail and the railway gates, ingenious contrivances that guard railway crossings and are operated automatically by the passing trains, but more commonly by watchmen. The car may be lighted with electricity, and as the train dashes along at the rate of 30 to 80 miles an hour, it may be stopped in less than a minute by the touch of the engineer on an air brake. Is it midwinter and are mountains of snow encountered? They disappear before the railway snowplow more quickly than they came. It passes over bridges, through tunnels, across viaducts, around the edges of mountain peaks, every mile revealing the wondrous work of man's inventive genius for encompassing the earth with speed, safety, and comfort. Over 1/2 million miles of these railway tracks are on the earth's surface today. Not only has the railway superseded horsepower in the matter of transportation to a vast extent, but other modes of transportation are taking the place of that useful animal. The old-fashioned stage-coach and then the omnibus were successively succeeded by the streetcar drawn by horses, and then about 20 years ago the horse began to be withdrawn from that work and the cable substituted. Cable transportation developed from the art of making iron wire and steel wire ropes or cables, and endless cables placed underground, conveyed over rollers and supported on suitable yokes, and driven from a great central powerhouse, came into use, and to which the cars were connected by ingeniously contrived lever grips, operated by the driver on the car. These great cable constructions, expensive as they were found more economical than horsepower. In fact, there is no modernly discovered practical motive power but what has been found less expensive both as to time and money than horsepower. But the cable for this purpose is now in turn everywhere yielding to electricity, the great motor next to steam. The overhead cable system for the transportation of materials of various descriptions in carriers, also run by a central motor, is still very extensively used. The cable plan has also been tried with some success in the propelling of canal boats. Canals themselves, although finding a most serious and in some localities an entirely destructive rival in the railroad, have grown in size and importance, and in appliances that have been substituted for the old-style locks. The latest form of this device is what is known as the pneumatic balance lock system. It has been said by Octave Chanute that progress in civilization may fairly be said to be dependent upon the facilities for men to get about, upon their intercourse with other men and nations, not only in order to supply their mutual needs cheaply, but to learn from each other their wants, their discoveries, and their inventions. Next to the power and means for moving people come the immense and wonderful inventions for lifting and loading, such as cranes and derricks, means for coaling ships and steamers, for handling and storing the great agricultural products, grain and hay, and that modern wonder, the grain elevator, that dots the coasts of rivers, lakes, and seas, receives the vast stores of golden grain from thousands of steam cars that come to it laden from distant plains and discharges it swiftly in mountain loads into vessels and steamers to be carried to the multitudes across the seas, and to satisfy that ever-continuing cry, "Give us this day our daily bread." End of section 8.
Section 9 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Electricity. In 1900, the real nature of electricity appears to be as unknown as it was in 1800. Franklin in the 18th century defined electricity as consisting of particles of matter incomparably more subtle than air, and which pervaded all bodies. At the close of the 19th century, electricity defined as simply a form of energy which imparts to material substances a peculiar state or condition, and that all such substances partake more or less of this condition. These theories and the late discovery of Hertz, that electrical energy manifests itself in the form of waves, oscillations, or vibrations, similar to light, but not so rapid as the vibrations of light, constitute about all that is known about the nature of this force. Franklin believed it was a single fluid, but others taught that there were two kinds of electricity, positive and negative, that the like kinds were repulsive and the unlike kinds attractive, and that was when generated it flowed in currents. Such terms are not now regarded as representing actual varieties of this force, but are retained as convenient modes of expression, for want of better ones, as expressing the conditions or states of electricity when produced. Electricity produced by friction, that is, developed upon the surface of a body by rubbing it with a dissimilar body, and called frictional or static electricity, was the only kind produced artificially in the days of Franklin. What is known as galvanism, or animal electricity, also takes its date in the 18th century, to which further reference will be made. Since 1799, there have been discovered additional sources, among which are voltaic electricity, or electricity produced by chemical action, such as is manifested when two dissimilar metals are brought near each other or together, and electrical manifestations produced by a decomposing action, one upon the other through a suitable medium. Inductive electricity, or electricity developed or induced in one body by its proximity to another body, through which a current is flowing. Magnetic electricity, the conversion of the power of a magnet into electric force, and the reverse of this, the production of magnetic force by a current of electricity. And thermal electricity, or that generated by heat, electricity developed by these or other means, in contradistinction to that produced by friction, has been called dynamic. But all electric force is now regarded as dynamic, in the sense that forces are always in motion and never at rest. Many of the manifestations and experiments in later day fields which, by reason of their production by different means, have been given the names of discovery and invention, have become known to Franklin and others by means of the old methods in frictional electricity. They are all, however, but different routes leading to the same goal. In the midst of the brilliant discoveries of modern times, confronting us on every side, we should not forget the honorable efforts of the fathers of the science. We need not dwell on what the ancients produced in this line. It was a single fact only. The Greeks discovered that amber, a resinous substance, when rubbed would attract lighter bodies to it. In 1600 appeared the father of modern electricity, Dr. Gilbert of Colchester, physician to Queen Elizabeth. He revived the one experiment of antiquity, and added to it the further fact that many substances besides amber, when rubbed, would manifest the same electric condition, such as sulfur, sapphire, wax, glass, and other bodies, and thus he opened the field of electrodes. He was the first to use the term electricity, electric and electrode, which he derived from the word electron, the Greek name for amber. He observed the actions of magnets and conjectured the fundamental identity of magnetism and electricity. He arranged an electrometer consisting of an iron needle poised on a pivot by which to note the action of the magnet. This was about the time that Otto von Guericke of Magdeburg, Germany, was born. He became a natural philosopher, and for 35 years was burgomaster of his native town. He invented the air pump, and he it was who illustrated the force of atmospheric pressure by fitting together two hollow brass hemispheres, which, after the air within them had been exhausted, could not be pulled apart. He also invented a barometer, and as an astronomer suggested that the return of comets might be calculated. He invented and constructed the first machine for generating electricity. It consisted of a ball of sulfur rotated on an axis, and which was electrified by friction of the hand, the ball receiving negative electricity, while the positive flowed through the person to the earth. With this machine, he heard the first sound and saw the first light in artificially excited electricity. The machine was improved by Sir Isaac Newton and others, and before the close of that century, was put into substantially its present form of a round glass plate rotated between insulated leather cushions, coated with an amalgam of tin and zinc. The positive or vitreous electricity thus developed being accumulated on two large hollow brass cylinders with globular ends, supported on glass pillars. Gray in 1729 discovered the conductive power of certain substances, and that the electrical influence could be conveyed to a distance by means of an insulated wire. This was the first step towards the electric telegraph. Dufay, the French philosopher and author, who in 1733 to 1737 wrote the Memoirs of the French Academy, was, it seems, the first to observe electrical attractions and repulsions, that electrified resonant substances repelled like substances while they attracted bodies electrified by contact with glass, and he therefore to the latter applied the term vitreous electricity, and to the former the term resonance electricity. In 1745, Professor Moschenbroek of Leyden University developed the celebrated Leyden jar. This is a glass jar coated both inside and outside with tinfoil for about 4/5 of its height. Its mouth is closed with a cork through which is passed a metallic rod, terminating above in a knob and connected below with the inner coating by a chain or a piece of tinfoil. If the inner coating be connected with an electrical machine and the outer coating with the earth, a current of electricity is established, and the inner coating receives what is called a positive and the outer coating a negative charge. On connecting the two surfaces by means of a metallic discharger, having a non-conducting handle, a spark is obtained. Thus the Leyden jar is both a collector and a condenser of electricity. On arranging a series of such jars, and joining their outer and inner surfaces, and connecting the series with an electrical machine, a battery is obtained of greater or less power, according to the number of jars employed and the extent of supply from the machine. The principle of the Leyden jar was discovered by accident. Cuneus, a pupil of Moschenbroek, was one day trying to charge some water in a glass bottle with electricity by connecting it with a chain to the sparking knob of an electrical machine. Holding the bottle in one hand, he arranged the chain with the other and received a violent shock. His teacher then tried the experiment himself with a still livelier and more convincing result, whereupon he declared that he would not repeat the trial for the whole kingdom of France. When the science of static electricity was thus far developed, with a machine for generating it and a collector to receive it, many experiments followed. Charles Morrison in 1753, in the Scots Magazine, proposed a telegraph system of insulated wires with a corresponding number of characters to be signaled between two stations. Other schemes were proposed at different times down to the close of the century. Franklin records, among several other experiments with frictional electricity accumulated by the Leyden jar battery, the following results, produced chiefly by himself: the existence of an attractive and a repulsive action of electricity, the restoration of the equilibrium of electrical force between electrified and non-electrified bodies, or between bodies differently supplied with the force, the electroscope, a body charged with electricity and used to indicate the presence and condition of electricity in another body, the production of work as the turning of wheels, by which it was proposed a spit for roasting meat might be formed, and the ringing of chimes by a wheel, which was done, the firing of gunpowder, the firing of wood, resin, and spirits, the drawing off a charge from electrified bodies at a near distance by pointed rods, by heating and melting of metals, the production of light, the magnetizing of needles and of bars of iron, giving rise to the analogy of magnetism and electricity. Franklin, who had gotten this far, and who also had drawn the lightning from the clouds, identified it as electricity, and taught the mode of its subjection, felt chagrined that more had not been done with this subtle agent in the service of man. He believed, however, that the dayspring of science was opening, and he seemed to have caught some reflection of its coming light. Observing the return to life and activity of some flies long imprisoned in a bottle of Madeira wine, and which he restored by exposure to the sun and air, he wrote that he should like to be immersed at death with a few friends in a cask of Madeira, to be recalled to life 100 years thence to observe the state of his country. It would not have been necessary for him to have been embalmed that length of time, to have witnessed some great developments of his favorite science. He died in 1790, and it has been said that there was more real progress in this science in the first decade of the 19th century than in all previous centuries put together. Before opening the door of the 19th century, let us glance at one more experiment in the 18th. While the aged Franklin was dying, Dr. Luigi Galvani of Bologna, an Italian physician, medical lecturer, and learned author, was preparing for publication his celebrated work, De Vibris Electricis in Mortu Musculari Commentarius, in which he described his discovery made a few years before of the action of the electric current on the legs and spinal column of a frog hung on a copper nail. This discovery at once excited the attention of scientists, but in the absence of any immediate practical results, the multitude dubbed him the frog philosopher. He proceeded with his experiments on animals and animal matter, and developed the doctrine and theories of what is known as animal or galvanic electricity. His fellow countryman and contemporary, Professor Volta of Pavia, took decided issue with Galvani, and maintained that the pretended animal electricity was nothing but electricity developed by the contact of two different metals. Subsequent investigations and discoveries have established the fact that both theories have truth for their basis, and that electricity is developed both by muscular and nervous energy, as well as by chemical action. In 1799, Volta invented his celebrated pile, consisting of alternate discs of copper and zinc separated by a cloth moistened with the dilute acid, and soon after an arrangement of cups, each containing a dilute acid and a copper and a zinc plate, placed a little distance apart and thus dispensing with the cloth. In both instances, he connected the end plate of one kind with the opposite end plate of the other kind by a wire, and in both arrangements produced a current of electricity. To the discoveries, experiments, and disputes of Galvani and Volta, and to those of their respective adherents, the way was open to the splendid electrical inventions of the century, and the discovery of a new world of light, heat, speech, and power. The discoveries of Galvani and Volta at once set leading scientists at work. Fabroni of Florence as Sir Henry Davy in Wollaston of England, commenced interesting experiments showing that rapid oxidation and chemical decomposition of the metals took place in the voltaic pile. By the discoveries of Galvani, the physicians and physiologists were greatly excited and believed by this new vital power the nature of all kinds of nervous diseases could be explored and the remedy applied. Volta's discovery excited the chemists. If two dissimilar metals could be decomposed and power at the same time produced, they contended that practical work must be done with the force. In 1800, Nicholson and Carlisle decomposed water by passing the electric current through the same. Ritter decomposed copper sulfate, and Davy decomposed the alkalis, potash and soda. Thus the art of electrolysis, the decomposition of substances by the galvanic current, was established. Later, Faraday laid down its laws. Naturally, inventions sprung up in new forms of batteries. The pile and cup battery of Volta had been succeeded by the trough battery, a long box filled with separated plates set in dilute acid. The trough battery was used by Sir Humphrey Davy in his series of great experiments, 1806 to 1808, in which he isolated the metallic bases, calcium, sodium, potassium, etc. It consisted of 2,000 double plates of copper and zinc, each having a surface of 32 square inches. With this same trough battery, Davy in 1812 produced the first electric carbon light, the bright herald of later glories. Among the most noted new batteries were Daniell's, Grove's, and Bunsen's. They are called the two fluid batteries because in place of a single acidulated bath in which the dissimilar metals were before placed, two different liquid solutions were employed. John Frederick Daniell of London, noted for his great work, meteorological essays, and other scientific publications, and as professor of chemistry in King's College in 1836, described how a powerful and constant current of electricity may be continued for an unlimited period by a battery composed of zinc standing in an acid solution and a sheet of copper in a solution of sulfate of copper. Sir William Robert Grove, first an English physician, then an eminent lawyer, and then a professor of natural philosophy, and the first to announce the great theory of the correlation of physical forces, in 1839, produced his battery, much more powerful than any previous one, and still in general use. In it, zinc and platinum are the metals used, the zinc bent into cylindrical form and placed in a glass jar containing a weak solution of sulfuric acid, while the platinum stands in a porous jar holding strong nitric acid and surrounded by zinc. Among the electrical discoveries of Grove were the decomposition by electricity of water into free oxygen and hydrogen, the electricity of the flame of the blowpipe, electrical action produced by proximity, without contact, of dissimilar metals, molecular movements induced in metals by the electric current, and the conversion of electricity into mechanical force. Robert William Bunsen, a German chemist and philosopher and scientific writer, who invented some of the most important aids to scientific research of the century, who constructed the best working chemical laboratory on the continent and founded the most celebrated schools of chemistry in Europe, invented a battery, sometimes called the carbon battery, in which the expensive pole of platinum in the Grove battery is replaced by one of carbon. It was found that this combination gave a greater current than that of zinc and platinum. A great variety of useful voltaic batteries have since been devised by others, too numerous to be mentioned here. There is another form of battery having for its object the storing of energy by electrolysis and liberating it when desired in the form of an electric current, and known as an accumulator or secondary polarization or storage battery. Professor Ritter had noticed that the two plates of metal which furnished the electric current, when placed in the acid liquid and united, could in themselves furnish a current, and the inventing of storage batteries was thus produced. The principal ones of this class are Gustave's plants of 1860 and Monsieur Camille Faur's of 1880. These have still further been improved. Still another form are the thermoelectric batteries, in which the electromotive force is produced by the joining of two different metals, connecting them by a wire and heating their junctions. Thus, an electric current is obtained directly from heat, without going through the intermediate processes of boiling water to produce steam, using this steam to drive an engine, and using this engine to turn a dynamo machine to produce power. But let us retrace our steps. As previously stated, Franklin had experimented with frictional electricity on needles, and had magnetized and polarized them, and noticed their deflection, and Lesage had established an experimental telegraph at Geneva by the same kind of electricity more than 100 years ago. But frictional electricity could not be transmitted with power over long distances, and was for practical purposes uncontrollable by reason of its great diffusion over surfaces, while voltaic electricity was found to be more intense and could be developed with great power along a wire for any distance. Fine wires had been heated and even melted by Franklin by frictional electricity, and now Ritter, Pfaff, and others observed the same effect produced on the conducting wires by a voltaic current, and Curtit, on closing this passage with a piece of charcoal, produced a brilliant light which was followed by Davy's light already mentioned. As early as 1802, an Italian savant, Gian di Romanoso, of Trent, learning of Volta's discovery, observed and announced in a public print the deflection of the magnetic needle when placed near a parallel conductor of the galvanic current. In the years 1819 and 1820, so many brilliant discoveries and inventions were made by eminent men, independently and together, and at such near and distant places, that it is hard telling who and which was first. It was in 1819 that the celebrated Danish physicist, Ørsted of Copenhagen, rediscovered the phenomena that the voltaic current would deflect a magnetic needle, and that the needle would turn at right angles to the wire. In 1820, Professor S.C. Schweger of Halle discovered that this deflecting force was increased when the wire was wound several times round the needle, and thus he invented the magnetizing helix. He also then invented a galvanomagnetic indicator, a single wire circuit, by giving the insulated wire a number of turns around an elongated frame longitudinally enclosing the compass needle, thus multiplying the effect of the current upon the sensitive needle, and converting it into a practical measuring instrument known as the galvanometer, and used to observe the strength of currents. In the same year, Arago found that iron filings were attracted by a voltaic charged wire, and Arago and Davy that a piece of soft iron surrounded spirally by a wire, through which such a current was passed, would become magnetic, attract to it other metals, while in that condition, immediately drop them the instant the current ceased, and that such current would permanently magnetize a steel bar. The elements of the electromagnet had thus been produced. It was in that year that Ampere discovered that magnetism is the circulation of currents of electricity at right angles to the axis of the needle or bar, joining the two poles of the magnet. He then laid down the laws of interaction between magnets and electrical currents, and in this same year he proposed an electric magnetotelegraph consisting of the combination of a voltaic battery, conducting wires, and magnetic needles, one needle for each letter of the alphabet. The discoveries of Ampere as to the laws of electricity have been likened to the discovery of Newton of the law of gravitation. Still no practical result, that is, no useful machine, had been produced by the electromagnet. In 1825, Sturgeon of England bent a piece of wire into the shape of a horseshoe, insulated it with a coating of sealing wax, wound a fine copper wire around it, thus making a helix, passed a galvanic current through the helix, and thus invented the first practical electromagnet. But Sturgeon's magnet was weak and could not transmit power for more than 50 feet. Already, however, it had been urged that Sturgeon's magnet could be used for telegraphic purposes, and a futile trial was made. In the field during this decade also labored the German professors Gauss and Weber, and Baron Schilling of Russia. In 1829, Professor Barlow of England published an article in which he summarized what had been done, and scientifically demonstrated to his own satisfaction that an electromagnetic telegraph was impracticable, and his conclusion was accepted by the scientific world as a fact. This was, however, not the first nor the last time that scientific men had predicted impracticabilities with electricity which afterwards blossomed into full success. But even before Professor Barlow was thus arriving at his discouraging conclusion, Professor Joseph Henry at the Albany Institute in the state of New York had commenced experiments which resulted in the complete and successful demonstration of the power of electromagnetism for not only telegraph purposes, but for almost every advancement that has since been made in this branch of physics. In March 1829, he exhibited at his institute the magnetic spool, or bobbin, that form of coil composed of tightly wound silk-covered wire, which he had constructed, and which since has been universally employed for nearly every application of electromagnetism, of induction, or of magnetoelectrics. And in the same year, and in 1830, he produced those powerful magnets through which the energy of a galvanic battery was used to lift hundreds of tons of weight. In view of all the facts now historically established, there can be no doubt that previous to Henry's experiments, the means for developing magnetism in soft iron were imperfectly understood, and that, as found by Professor Barlow, the electromagnet, which then existed, was inapplicable and impracticable for the transmission of power to a distance. Professor Henry was the first to prove that a galvanic battery of intensity must be employed to project the current through a long conductor, and that a magnet of one long wire must be used to receive this current. The first to magnetize a piece of soft iron at a distance and call attention to its applicability to the telegraph. The first to actually sound a bell at a distance by means of the electromagnet, and the first to show that the principles he developed were applicable and necessary to the practical operation of an effective telegraph system. Sturgeon, the parent of the electromagnet, on learning of Henry's discoveries and inventions, wrote, "Professor Henry has been enabled to produce a magnetic force which totally eclipses every other in the whole annals of magnetism, and no parallel is to be found since the miraculous suspension of the celebrated Oriental impostor in his iron coffin." Philosophical Magazine and Annals, 1832. The third decade was now prepared for the development of the telegraph. As to the telegraph in its broadest sense, as a means for conveying intelligence to a distance quickly and without a messenger, successful experiments of that kind have existed from the earliest times, from the signifiers of the ancients, from the flag signals between ships at sea, introduced in the 17th century by the Duke of York, then Admiral of the English fleet, and afterwards James II of England, from the semaphore telegraph of Monsieur Trapp, adopted by the French government in 1794, consisting of bars pivoted to an upright stationary post and made to swing vertically or horizontally to indicate certain signals, and from many other forms of earlier and later days. As to electricity, as an agent for the transmission of signals, the idea dates, as already stated, from the discovery of Stephen Gray in 1729, that the electrical influence could be conveyed to a distance by the means of an insulated wire. This was followed by the practical suggestions of Franklin and others. But when, as we have seen, voltaic electricity entered the field, electricity became a more powerful and tractable servant, and distant intelligence signals became one of its first labors. The second decade was also made notable by the discovery and establishment of George Simon Ohm, a German professor of physics, of the fundamental mathematical law of electricity. It has been expressed in the following terms. A. The current strength is equal to the electromotive force divided by the resistance. B. The force is equal to the current strength multiplied by the resistance. C. The resistance is equal to the force divided by the current strength. The historical development and evolution of the telegraph may be summarized. 1. The discovery of galvanic electricity by Galvani, 1786 to 1790. 2. The galvanic or voltaic battery by Volta in 1800. 3. The galvanic influence on a magnetic needle by Romagnosi, 1802. Ørsted, 1820. 4. The galvanometer of Schweiger, 1820, the parent of the needle system. 5. The electromagnet by Arago and Sturgeon, 1820 to 1825, the parent of the magnet system. Then followed in the third decade the important series of steps in the evolution consisting of, first, and most vital, Henry's discovery in 1829 and 1830 of the intensity or spool-wound magnet and its intimate relation to the intensity battery, and the subordinate use of an armature as the signaling device. Second, Gauss's improvement in 1833, or probably Schilling's considerably earlier, of reducing the electric conductors to a single circuit by the ingenious use of a dual sign so combined as to produce a true alphabet. Third, Weber's discovery in 1833 that the conducting wires of an electric telegraph could be efficiently carried through the air without any insulation except at their points of support. Fourth, Daniel's invention of a constant galvanic battery in 1836. Fifth, Steinhell's remarkable discovery in 1837 that the Earth may form the returning half of a closed galvanic circuit, so that a single conducting wire is sufficient for all telegraphic purposes. Sixth, Morse's adaptation of the armature and electromagnet of Henry as a recording instrument in 1837, in connection with his improvement in 1838 on the Schilling, Gauss, and Steinhell's alphabets by employing the simple dot and dash alphabet in a single line. He was also assisted by the suggestions of Professor Dana and Yale, to which must be added his adoption of Alfred Vail's improved alphabet and Vail's practical suggestions in respect to the according of other instrumentalities. To these should be added the efforts in England, made almost simultaneously with those of Morse, of Wheatstone and Cook and Davy, who were reaching the same goal by somewhat different routes. End of section 9. Section 10 of Inventions in the Century. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inventions in the Century by William Henry Doolittle. Electricity continued. Morse in 1837 commenced to put the results of his experiments and investigations in the form of caveats, applications, and letters patent in the United States and in Europe. He struggled hard against indifference and poverty to introduce his invention to the world. It was not until 1844 that he reduced it to a commercial practical success. He then laid a telegraph from Washington to Baltimore under the auspices of the United States government, which after long hesitation appropriated $30,000 for the purpose. It was on the 24th day of May, 1844, that the first formal message was transmitted on this line between the two cities and recorded by the electromagnet in the dot and dash alphabet, and this was immediately followed by other messages on the same line. Morse gathered freely from all sources of which he could avail himself knowledge of what had gone before. He was not a scientific discoverer, but an inventor, who, adding a few ideas of his own to what had before been discovered, was the first to combine them in a practical, useful device. What he did as an inventor, and what anyone may do to constitute himself an inventor, by giving to the world a device which is useful in the daily work of mankind, as distinguished from the scientific discoverer who stops short of successful industrial work, is thus stated by the United States Supreme Court in an opinion sustaining the validity of his patents. After all, the previous art had been produced before it. Neither can the inquiries he made nor the information or advice he received from men of science in the course of his researches impair his right to the character of an inventor. No invention can possibly be made consisting of a combination of different elements of power without a thorough knowledge of the properties of each of them and the mode in which they operate on each other, and it can make no difference in this respect whether he derives his information from books or from conversation with men skilled in the science. If it were otherwise, no patent in which a combination of different elements is used would ever be obtained, for no man ever made such an invention without having first obtained this information, unless it was discovered by some fortunate accident. And it is evident that such an invention as the electromagnetic telegraph could never have been brought into action without it, for a very high degree of scientific knowledge and the nicest skill in the mechanical arts are combined in it and were both necessary to bring into successful operation. The fact that Morse sought and obtained the necessary information and counsel from the best sources and acted upon it neither impairs his rights as an inventor nor detracts from his merits. O'Reilly versus Morse 5 Howard. The combination constituting Morse's invention comprised a main wire circuit to transmit the current through its whole length whenever closed, a main galvanic battery to supply the current, operating keys to break and close the main circuit, office circuits, a circuit of conductors and batteries at each office to record the message there, receiving spring lever magnets to close an office circuit when a current passes through the main circuit, adjusting screws to vary the force of the main current, marking apparatus consisting of pointed pieces of wire to indent dots and lines upon paper, clockwork to move the paper indented, and magnet sounders to develop the power of the pointer and of the armatures to produce audible distinguishable sounds. It was soon learned by operators how to distinguish the signs of letters sent by the length of the click of the armature, and by thus reading by sound the reading of the signs on paper was dispensed with, and the device became an electric magnetic acoustic telegraph. What is known as the Morse system has been improved, but its fundamental principles remain, and their worldwide use constitutes still the daily evidence of the immense value of the invention to mankind. Before the 1844 reduction to practice, Morse had originated and laid the first submarine telegraph. This was in New York Harbor in 1842. In a letter to the Secretary of the United States Treasury, August 10, 1843, he also suggested the project of an Atlantic telegraph. While Henry was busy with his great magnets and Morse struggling to introduce his telegraph, Michael Faraday was making those investigations and discoveries which were to result in the application of electricity to the service of man in still wider and grander fields. Faraday was a chemist, and Davy's most brilliant pupil and efficient assistant. His earliest experiments were in the line of electrolysis. This was about 1822. but it was not until 1831 that he began to devote his brilliant talents as an experimentalist and lecturer wholly to electrical researches. And for a quarter of a century his patient, wonderful labors and discoveries continued. It has been said that, although Ørsted was the discoverer of electromagnetism and Ampere its expounder, Faraday made the science of magnets electrically what it is at the present day. Great magnetic power having been developed by passing a galvanic current around a bar of soft iron, Faraday concluded that it was reasonable to suppose that as mechanical action is accompanied by an equal amount of reaction, electricity ought to be evolved from magnetism. It was in 1831 that Faraday demonstrated before the Royal Society that if a magnetized bar of steel be introduced into the center of a helix of insulated wire, there is, at the moment of introduction of the magnet, a current of electricity set up in a certain direction in the insulated wire forming the helix, while on the withdrawal of the magnet from the helix, a current in an opposite direction takes place. He also discovered that the same phenomena was to be observed if for the magnet was substituted a coil of insulated wire, through which the current from a voltaic element was passing, and further, that when an insulated coil of wire was made to revolve before the poles of a permanent magnet, electric currents were induced in the wires of the coil. Journal of the Society of Arts. On these discoveries were based the action of all magneto-dynamo-electric machines, machines that have enabled the world to convert the energy of a steam engine in its stall, or a distant waterfall, into electric energy for the performance of the Herculean labors of lighting a great city, or an ocean-bound lighthouse, or transporting quickly heavy loads of people afraid up and down and to and fro upon the earth. As before stated, Faraday was also the first to proclaim the laws of electrolysis, or electrochemical decomposition. He expressed conviction that the forces termed chemical affinity and electricity are one and the same. Subsequently, the great Helmholtz, having proved by experiment that in the phenomena of electrolysis no other force acts but the mutual attractions of the atomic electric charges, came to the conclusion that the very mightiest among the chemical forces are of electric origin. Faraday, having demonstrated by his experiments that chemical decomposition, electricity, magnetism, heat, and light are all interconvertible and correlated forces, the inventors of the age were now ready to step forward and put these theories at work in machines in the service of man. Faraday was a leader in the field of discovery. He left to inventors the practical application of his discoveries. Professor Henry in America was, contemporaneously with Faraday, developed electricity by means of magnetic induction. In 1832, Pixii, a philosophical instrument maker of Paris, and Joseph Saxton, an American then residing in London, invented and constructed magneto machines on Faraday's principle of rendering magnetic a core of soft iron surrounded with insulated wire from a permanent magnet, and rapidly reversing its polarity, which machines were used to produce sparks, decompose liquids and metals, and fire combustible bodies. Saxton's machine was the well-known electric shock machine operated by turning a crank. A similar device is now used for ringing telephone call bells. Professor C.G. Page of Washington and Rudkoff of Paris each made a machine, well known as the Ruhmkorff coil, by which intense electromagnetic currents by induction were produced. The production of electrical illumination was now talked of more than ever. Scientists and inventors now had two forms of electrical machines to produce light: the voltaic battery and the magneto-electric apparatus. But a period of comparative rest took place in this line until 1850, when Professor LynneT of Brussels made an effort to produce a powerful magneto-electric machine for decomposing water into its elements of hydrogen and oxygen, which gases were then to be used in producing the limelight. And a company known as the Alliance was organized at Paris to make large machines for the production of light. We have seen that Davy produced a brilliant electric light with 2 pieces of charcoal in the electric circle of a voltaic battery. Greener and State revived this idea in a patent in 1845. Shortly after LynneT's machine, F.H. Holmes of England improved it and applied the current directly to the production of electric light between carbon points. And Holmes and Faraday in 1857 prepared this machine for use. On the evening of December 8, 1858, the first practical electric light, the work of Faraday and Holmes, flashed over the troubled sea from the South Foreland Lighthouse. On June 6, 1862, this light was also introduced into the lighthouse at Dungeness, England. The same light was introduced in French lighthouses in December 1863, and also in the work on the docks at Cherbourg. At this time, Germany was also awake to the importance of this invention, and Dr. Werner Siemens of Berlin was at work developing a machine for the purpose into one of less cost and of greater use. Inventors were not yet satisfied with the power developed from either the voltaic battery or the magneto-electric machine, and continued to improve the latter. In 1867, the same year that Faraday died, and too late for him to witness its glory, came out the most powerful magneto-electric machine that had yet been produced. It was invented by Wilde of London, and consisted of very large electromagnets, or field magnets, receiving their electric power from the lines of force discovered by Faraday, radiating from the poles of a soft iron magnet, combined with a small magneto-electric machine having permanent magnets, and by which the current developed in the smaller machine was sent through the coils of the larger magnets. By this method, the magnetic force was vastly multiplied, and electricity was produced in such abundance as to fuse thick iron wire 15 inches long and 1/4 of an inch in diameter, and to develop a magnificent arc light. Quietly succeeding the Wilde machine came independent inventions in the same direction from Messrs. G. Farmer of Salem, Massachusetts, Alfred Yarley and Professor Charles Wheatstone of England, and Dr. Siemens of Berlin, and Ladd of America. These inventors conceived and put in practice the great idea of employing the current from an electromagnetic machine to excite its own electromagnet. They were thus termed self-exciting. The idea was that the commutator, an instrument to change the direction, strength, or circuit of the current, should be so connected with the coils of the field magnets that all or part of the current developed in the armature would flow through these coils, so that all permanent magnets might be dispensed with, and the machine used to excite itself or charge its own field magnets without the aid of any outside charging or feeding mechanism. Mr. Z. Graham of France, a little later than Wilde, made a great improvement. Previously, machines furnished only momentary currents of varying strength and polarity, and these intermittent currents were hard to control without loss in the strength of current and the frequent production of sparks. Graham produced a machine in which, although as in other machines the magnetic field of force was created by a powerful magnet, yet the armature was a ring made of soft iron rods and surrounded by an endless coil of wire, and made to revolve between the poles of the magnet with great rapidity, producing a constant current in one direction. By Faraday's discovery, when the coil of the closed circuit was moved before the poles of the magnet, the current was carried half the time in one direction and half in the other, constituting what is called an alternating current. Graham employed the commutator to make the current direct instead of alternating. Dynamo electric machines for practical work of many kinds had now been born and grown to strength. In addition to these and many other electrical machines, This century has discovered several ways by which the electricity developed by such machines may be converted into light. 1. By means of two carbon conductors between which passes a series of intensely brilliant sparks, which form a species of flame known as the voltaic arc, and the heat of which is more intense than that from any other known artificial source. 2. By means of a rod of carbon or kaolin, strip of platinum or iridium, a carbon filament, or other substance placed between two conductors. The resistance opposed by such rod, strip, or filament to the passage of the current being so great as to develop heat to the point of incandescence and produce a steady white and pure light. Attempts also have been made to produce illumination by what is called stratified light, produced by the electric discharge passing through tubes containing various gases. These tubes are known as Geissler tubes, from their inventor. Still another method is the production of a continuous light from a vibratory movement of carbon electrodes to and from each other, producing a bright flash at each separation, and maintaining the separations at such a rate that the effect of the light produced is continuous. But these additional methods do not appear as yet to be commercially successful. It must not be overlooked that before dynamo magneto-electric machines were used practically in the production of the electric light for the purpose of illumination, the voltaic battery was used for the same purpose, but not economically. The first private dwelling house ever lighted in America, or doubtless anywhere else by electricity, was that of Moses G. Farmer in Salem, Massachusetts, in the year 1859. A voltaic battery furnished the current conducting wires which led to two electric lamps on the mantelpiece of the drawing room, and in which strips of platinum constituted the resisting and lighting medium. A soft, mild, agreeable light was produced, which was more delightful to read or sew by than any artificial light ever before known. Either or both lamps could be lighted by turning a button, and they were maintained for several weeks, but were discontinued for the reason that the cost of maintaining them was much greater than a gas light. It was in connection with the effective dynamo-electric apparatus of M. Graham, above referred to, that the electric candle invented by M. Paul Jaffrelkoff became soon thereafter extensively employed for electric lighting in Paris and elsewhere in Europe. This invention, like the great majority of useful inventions, is noted for its simplicity. It consists of two carbon pencils placed side by side and insulated from each other by means of a thin plate of some refractory material, which is a non-conductor at ordinary temperatures, but which becomes a conductor and consequently a light when fused by the action of a powerful current. Plaster of Paris was found to be the most suitable material for this purpose, and the light produced was soft, mellow, slightly rose-colored, and quite agreeable to the eye. It having been found that carbon was better adapted for lighting purposes than platinum or other metals, by reason of its greater radiating power for equal temperatures, and still greater infusibility at high temperatures, inventors turned their attention to the production of the best carbon lamp. The two pointed pieces of hard conducting carbon used for the separated terminals constitute the voltaic arc light, a light only excelled in intense brilliancy by the sun itself. It is necessary, in order to make such a light successful, that it should be continuous. But as it is found that both carbons waste away under the consuming action of the intense heat engendered by their resistance to the electric current, and that one electrode, the positive, wastes away twice as fast as the opposite negative electrode, the distance between the points soon becomes too great for the current longer to leap over it, and the light is then extinguished. Many ingenious contrivances have been devised for correcting this trouble, and maintaining a continuously uniform distance between the carbons by giving to them a self-adjusting automatic action. Such an apparatus is called a regulator, and the variety of regulators is very great. The French were among the first to contrive such regulators. Dubosc, Foucault, Serin, Houdin, and Longton invented most useful forms of such apparatus. Other early inventors were Hart of Scotland, Siemens of Germany, Thomson and Houston of England, and Farm, Brush, Wallace, Maximin, Weston, and Westinghouse of America. Graham made his armature of iron rods to prevent its destruction by heat. Weston in 1882 improved this method by making the armature of separate and insulated sheets of iron around which the coil is wound. The arc light is adapted for streets and great buildings, etc., but for indoor illumination, when a milder, softer light is desirable, the incandescent light was invented, and this consists of a curved filament of carbon about the size of a coarse horsehair, seated in a bulb of glass from which the air has been exhausted. In exhausted air, carbon rods or filaments are not consumed, and so great ingenuity was exercised on that line. Among the early noted inventors of incandescent carbon filament lamps were Edison and Maxim of New York, Swan and Lane Fox of England. Another problem to be solved arose in the proposed use of arc lamps upon an extended scale, or in series as in street lighting, wherein the current to all lamps was supplied by a single wire, and where it was found that owing to the unequal consumption of the carbons, some were burning well, some poorly, and some going out. It was essential, therefore, to make each lamp independent of the resistance of the main circuit and of the action of the other lamps, and to have its regulating mechanism governed entirely by the resistance of its own arc. The solution of this difficult problem was the invention of Hefner von Alteneck of Germany, and his device came into use wherever throughout the world arc lamps were operated. Westinghouse also improved the direct alternating system of lighting by one wire, by the introduction of two conducting wires parallel to each other, and passing an interrupted alternating current through one, thereby inducing a similar and always an alternating current through the other. Brush adopted a three-wire system, and both obtained a uniform consumption of the carbons. In a volume like this, room exists for mention only of those inventions which burn as beacon lights in the tallest hills, and so we must now pass on to others. Just as Faraday was bringing his long series of experimental researches to a close in 1856 to 59, and introducing the fruits of his labors into the lighthouses of England, Cyrus W. Field of New York had commenced his trials in the great scheme of an ocean cable to moor the New World alongside the Old, as John Bright expressed it. After crossing the ocean from New York to England 50 times, and baffled often by the ocean, which broke his cables, and by the incredulous public of both hemispheres, who laughed at him, and by electricity, which refused to do his bidding, he at last overcame all obstacles, and in 1866 the cable, 2,000 miles in length, had been successfully stretched and communication perfected. To employ currents of great power, the cable insulation would have been disintegrated and finally destroyed by heat. Therefore, only feeble currents could be used. But across that long distance, these currents, for many reasons, grew still weaker. The inventor, Sir William Thomson, was at hand to provide the remedy. First, by his mirror galvanometer, a needle in the shape of a small magnet and connected to the current wires is attached to the back of a small concave mirror having a hole in its center. Opposite the mirror is placed a graduated scale board, having slits through it and a lighted lamp behind it. The light is thrown through the slits across to the hole, at the center of the mirror and upon the needle. The feeblest imaginable current suffices to deflect the needle in one direction, which throws back the little beam of light upon it to the graduated front of the scale. When the current is reversed, the needle and its shadow are deflected in the other direction, and so by a combination of right and left motions and pauses of the spots of light to represent letters, the message is spelled out. Second, a more expeditious instrument called the siphon recorder. In this, the galvanometer needle is connected to a fine glass siphon tube, conducting ink from a reservoir onto a strip of paper which is drawn under the point of the tube with a uniform motion. The irregular movements given the galvanometer needle by the varying current are clearly delineated on the paper, or in writing very long cables, the point of the siphon may not touch the paper, but the ink by electrical attraction from the paper is ejected from the siphon upon the paper in a succession of fine dots. The irregular lines of dots and dashes were translated into words in accordance with the principles of the Morse telegraph. An instrument was exhibited at the Centennial International Exhibition in Philadelphia in 1876, which was considered by the judges the greatest marvel hitherto achieved by the electric telegraph. Such was the language used by both Professor Joseph Henry and Sir William Thomson, and concurred in by the other eminent judges from America, Germany, France, Austria, and Switzerland. This instrument was the telephone. It embodied, for the practical purpose of transmitting articulate speech to distances, the union of the two great forces, sound and electricity. It consisted of a method and an apparatus. The apparatus or means consisted of an electric battery circuit, a transmitting cone placed at one end of the line, into which speech and other vocal sounds were uttered, a diaphragm against which the sounds were projected, an armature secured to or forming a part of the diaphragm, an electromagnet loosely connected to the armature, a wire connecting this magnet with another precisely similar arrangement of magnet, armature, diaphragm, and cone. At the receiving end, when speech was uttered in the transmitter, the sound vibrations were received on the diaphragm, communicated to the electricized armature, from thence by induction to the magnet and the connecting wire current, which, undulating with precisely the same form as sound vibrations, carried them in exactly the same form to the receiving magnet. They were then carried through the receiving armature and reproduced on the receiving diaphragm, with all the same characteristics of pitch, loudness, and quality. The inventor was Alexander Graham Bell, by nativity a Scotchman, then a resident of Canada, and finally a citizen of the United States. His father was a teacher of vocal physiology at Edinburgh, and he himself became a teacher of deaf mutes. This occupation naturally led him to a thorough investigation of the laws of sound. He acknowledged the aid he received from the great work of Helmholtz on the theory of tone. His attention was called to sounds transmitted and reproduced by the electric current, especially by the ease with which telegraph operators read their messages by the duration of the click of their instruments. He knew of the old device of a tightly stretched string or wire between two little boxes. He had read the publication of Professor C.G. Page of America in 1837 on the production of galvanic music, in which was described how musical notes were transmitted and reproduced by an interrupted magnetic circuit. He became acquainted with the experimental musical, telephonic, and acoustic researches of Rice and others of Germany, and those of celebrated scientists in France, especially the phonograph of Scott, a delicate instrument having a cone membrane and pointer, and used to reproduce on smoked glass the waves of sound. He commenced his experiments with magneto instruments in 1874, continued them in 1875, when he succeeded in reproducing speech but poorly, owing to his imperfect instruments, and then made out his application and obtained a patent in the United States in July 1876. Like all the other remarkable inventions recorded in these pages, this marvel did not spring forth as a sudden creation, but was a slow growth of a plant derived from old ideas, although it blossomed out suddenly one day when audible sounds were accidentally produced upon an apparatus with which he was experimenting. It is impossible here to narrate the tremendous conflict that Bell now encountered to establish his title as first inventor, or to enumerate the multitude of improvements and changes made which go to make up the successful telephone of today. The messages of the voice are carried on the wings of electricity wherever any messages are carried, except under the widest seas, and this difficulty inventors are now seeking to overcome. The story of the marvelous inventions of the century in electricity is a fascinating one, but in length and details it is also marvelous, and we must hasten unwillingly to a close. Numerous applications of it will be mentioned in chapters relating to other arts. In the generation of this mighty force, improvements have been made, but those of greatest power still involve the principles discovered by Faraday and Henry 70 years ago. The ideas of Faraday on the lines of force, the magnetic power streaming from the poles of the magnet, somewhat as the rays of heat issue on all sides from a hot body, forming the magnetic field, and that a magnet behaves like an electric current, producing an electric wave by its approach to or recession from a coil of wire, joined with Henry's idea of increasing the magnetizing effect by increasing the number of coils around the magnet, enter into all powerful dynamo-electric machines of today. In them, the lines of force must flow around the frame and across the path of the armature, and there must be a set of conductors to cut the lines of force twice in every revolution of the cylinder carrying the armature from which the current is taken. When machines had been produced for generating with some economy powerful currents of electricity, their use for the world's business purposes rapidly increased. Among such applications, and following closely the electric lighting, came the electric railway, a substitute for the slow animal horse and for the dangerous, noisy steam horse, and its lumbering locomotive and train, was hailed with delight. Inventors came forward with adaptations of all the old systems they could think of for the purpose, and with many new ones. One plan was to adapt the storage battery, that silent chemical monster which carries its own power and its own machine, and place one on each car to actuate a motor connected to the driving wheels. Another plan was to conduct the current from the dynamo machine at its station along the rails on one side of the track to the motor on the car, and return current on the opposite track. Another was to carry the current to the car on a third rail between the track, using both the other rails for the return. Another to use an overhead wire for the current from the dynamo, and connect it with the car by a rod, one end of which had a little wheel or trolley running on the overhead wire, to take up the current, the other end being connected by a wire to the car motor. Another plan to have a trench made leading from the central station underneath the track the whole length of the line, and put into this trench conducting wires from the dynamo, to one of which the car motor should be connected by a trolley rod or brush, extending down through a central slot between the rails of the track to carry the electric supply into the motor. In all these cases, a lever was supplied to cut off communication between the conducting wire and the motor, and a brake lever to stop the car. All of these plans have been tried, and some of them are still being tried with many improvements in detail, but not in principle. The first electrical railway was constructed and operated at Berlin in 1879 by Messrs. Siemens and Halske. It was 2,700 feet long and built on the third rail system. This was an experiment, but a successful one. It was followed very soon by another line near Berlin for actual traffic, then still another in Saxony. At the Paris Exposition in 1881, Sir William Siemens had in operation a road about 1,600 feet in length, on which it is estimated 95,000 passengers were conveyed in 7 weeks. Then in the next year in London, and then in the following year, one in the United States near New York, constructed by Edison, and thus they spread, until every important town and city in the world seems to have its electric plant, and its electric car system, and of course its lighting, telephone, and telegraph systems. In 1882, Professor Fleming Jenkin of England invented and has put to use a system called telferage, by which cars are suspended on an overhead wire, which is both the track and electrical conductor. It has been found to be advantageous in the transportation of freight from mines and other places to central stations. With the coming of the electric railway, the slow, much abused horse, the puffing steam engine blowing off smoke and cinders through the streets, the great heavy cars, rails and road beds, the dangerous collisions and accidents have disappeared. The great problems to solve have related to generation, form, distribution, and division of the electric current at the dynamos, at the central stations for the purposes of running the distant motors, and for furnishing independent supplies of light, heat, sound, and power. These problems have received the attention of the keenest inventors and electrical engineers, and have been solved. The description of the inventions made by such electrical magicians as Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla would fill volumes. The original plan of sending but the message over a wire at a time has also been improved, and duplex, quadruplex, and multiplex systems have been invented by Stearns, Farmer, Edison, and others, and applied, which have multiplied the capacity of the telegraphs, and by which even the alleged all-talk at the same time habit of certain members of the great human family can be carried on in opposite directions, on the same wire at the same time, between their gatherings in different cities and without a break. To understand the matter of multiplying messages or signals on the same line, and using apparently the same electric current to perform different operations, the mind must revert to the theory already referred to, that a current of electricity does not consist of a stream of matter flowing like water through a conductor in one direction, but of particles of subtle ether, vibrating or oscillating in waves from and around the conductor which excites them, that the vibration of this line of waves proceeds at the rate of many thousand miles per second, almost with the velocity of waves of light, with which they are so closely related that this wave current is susceptible of being varied in direction and in strength, according to the impulse given by the initial pressure of the transmitting and exciting instrument, and that some wave currents have power by reason of their form or strength to penetrate or pass others coming from an opposite direction, so that in the multiplex process, for instance, each transmission having a certain direction or strength, and its own set of transmitting and receiving instruments, will have power to give its own peculiar and independent signal or message. Apparently there is but one continuous current, but in reality each transmission is separated from the others by an almost inconceivably short interval of time. Among the inventions in the class of telegraphy should also be mentioned the dial and the printing systems. Ever since the electric telegraph was invented, attempts have been made to use the electric influence to operate either a pointer to point out the letters of the message sent on a dial, or to print them on a moving strip of paper, and also to automatically reproduce on paper the handwriting of the sender or writer of the message. The earliest efforts were by Cook and Professor Wheatstone of London in 1836-37, but it was not until 1839, after Professor Henry had succeeded in perfecting the electromagnet, that dial and printing telegraphs were successfully produced. Dial telegraphs consist of the combination with magnets, armatures, and printed dial plate of a clockwork and a pointer, means to set the pointer at the communicating end, which in some instances has been a piano keyboard, to any letter, the current operating automatically to indicate the same letters at the receiving end. These instruments have been modified and improved by Briquet and Froment of France, Dr. Siemens and Kramer, and Siemens and Halsky of Germany, Professor Wheatstone of England, Chester and Hamblett of America, and others. They have been used extensively upon private and municipal lines both in Europe and the United States. The type printing telegraph was coeval with the dial and originated with Morse and Vail as early as 1837. The printing of the characters is effected in various ways, sometimes by clockwork mechanism and sometimes by the direct action of an electromagnet. Wheatstone exhibited one in 1841. House of Vermont invented, in 1845 to 1846, the first printing telegraph that was brought into any extensive use in the United States. Then followed that of David E. Hughes of Kentucky in 1855, aided by his co-inventor George M. Phelps of Troy, New York, and which was subsequently adopted by the French government, by the United Kingdom Telegraph Company of Great Britain, and by the American Telegraph Company in the United States. The system was subsequently greatly improved by Hughes and others. Alexander Bain of Edinburgh in 1845 to 46 originated the modern automatic chemical telegraph. In this system, a kind of punch was used to perforate 2 rows of holes grouped to represent letters on a strip of paper conducted over a metal cylinder and arranged so as to permit spring levers to drop through the perforations and touch the cylinder, thus forming an electrical contact, and a recording apparatus consisting of a strip of paper carried through a chemical solution of an acid and potash and over a metal roller, and underneath 1 or 2 styles or pens, which pens were connected by live wires with the poles of 2 batteries at the sending station. The operation is such that colored marks upon the paper were made by the pens corresponding precisely to the perforations in the strip at the sending station. Siemens, Wheatstone, and others also improved this system, but none of these systems have as yet replaced or equaled in extensive use the Morse key and sounder system, and its great acoustic advantage of reading the messages by the click of the instrument. The type printing system, however, has been recently greatly improved by the inventions of Howe, C.L. Buckingham, Fisk, and others in the United States. Special contrivances and adaptations of the telegraph for printing stock reports and for transmitting fire alarm, police, and emergency calls have been invented. The erection of tall offices and other buildings, some to the height of more than 20 stories, made practical by the invention of the elevator system, has in turn brought out most ingenious devices for operating and controlling the elevators to ensure safety, and at the same time produce economy in the motive power. The utility of the telephone has been greatly increased by the inventions of Hughes and Edison of the microphone. This consists in one form of pieces of carbon in loose contact placed in the circuit of a telephone. The very slightest vibrations communicated to the wood are heard distinctly in the telephone. By these inventions and certain improvements, not only every sound and note of an opera or concert has been carried to distant places, but the slightest whispers, the minute movements of a watch, even the tread of a fly, and the pressure of a finger have been rendered audible. By the aid of the electric current, certain rays of light directed upon the mineral selenium and some other substances have been discovered to emit musical sounds. So wonderful and mysterious appear these communications along the electric wire, that each and every force in the universe seems to have a voice awaiting utterance to man. The hope is indulged that by some such means we may indeed yet receive the touch of a vanished hand and the sound of a voice that is still. In 1879, that eminent English scientist, Professor William Crookes, published his extensive researches in electrical discharges, as manifested in glass tubes from which the air had been exhausted. These same tubes have already been referred to as Geissler tubes, from the name of a young artist of Bonn who invented them. In these tubes are enclosed various gases through which the sparks from an induction coil can be passed by means of platinum electrodes fused into the glass, and on the passage of the current a soft and delicately tinted light is produced which streams through the tube from pole to pole. In 1895, William Conrad Roentgen, professor of physics in the Royal University of Würzburg, while experimenting with these Crookes and Geissler tubes, discovered with one of them, which he had covered with a sort of black cardboard, that the rays emanating from the same and impinging on certain objects would render themselves luminous or fluorescent, and on further investigation that such rays, unlike the rays of sunlight, were not deflected, refracted, or condensed, but that they proceeded in straight lines from the point at which they were produced, and penetrated various articles, such as flesh, blood, and muscle, and thicknesses of paper, cloth, and leather, and other substances which are opaque to ordinary light, and that thus, while penetrating such objects, and rendering them luminous, if a portion of the same were of a character too dense to admit of the penetration, the dark shadow of such obstacle would appear in the otherwise luminous mass. Unable to explain the nature or cause of this wonderful revelation, Röntgen gave to the light an algebraic name for the unknown, the X-rays. This wonderful discovery, at first regarded as a figment of scientific magic, soon attracted profound attention. At first the experiments were confined to the gratification of curiosity. The interior of the hand was explored, and on one occasion the little mummified hand of an Egyptian princess, folded in death 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, was held up to this light, and the bones, dried blood, and muscle of the ancient pharaohs exhibited to the startled eyes of the present generation. But soon surgery and medicine took advantage of the unknown rays for practical purposes. The location of previously unreachable bullets and the condition of internal injuries were determined. The cause of concealed disease was traced, the living brain explored, and the pulsations of the living heart were witnessed. Retardation of the strength of the electric current by the inductive influence of neighboring wires and earth currents, together with the theory that the electric energy pervades all space and matter, gave rise to the idea that if the energy once established could be set in motion at such point above the ordinary surface of the earth as would free this upper current from all inductive disturbance, impulses of such power might be conveyed from one high point and communicated to another as to produce signals without the use of a conducting wire, retaining only the usual batteries in the earth connection. On July 30th, 1872, Marlin Loomis of Washington, D.C., took out a patent for the utilization of natural electricity from elevated points for telegraphic purposes, based on the principle mentioned, and made successful experiments on the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia near Washington, accounts of which were published in Washington papers at the time. But being poor and receiving no aid or encouragement, he was compelled to give it up. Marconi of Italy has been more successful in this direction, and has sent electric messages and signals from high stations over the English Channel from the shores of France to England, so that now wireless telegraphy is an established fact. It is certainly thrilling to realize that there is a mysterious, silent, invisible, and powerful mechanical agent on every side of us, waiting to do our bidding and to lend a hand in every field of human labor, and yet unable to be so used without excitement to action and direction in its course by some master, intermediate between itself and man. The principal masters for this purpose are steam and water power. A small portion of the power of the resistless Niagara has been taken, diverted to turn the machinery which excites electricity to action, and this energy in turn employed to operate a multitude of the most powerful motors and machines of many descriptions. So great is the might of this willing agent that at a single turn of the hand of man, it rushes forth to do work for him far exceeding in wonder and extent any labor of the gods of mythological renown. End of section 10.